In the beginning, there was nothing but chaos. From this primordial void, Gaia, the earth, emerged. Gaia, in her infinite wisdom and nurturing spirit, brought forth the sky, Uranus. Together, Gaia and Uranus became the first divine couple, setting the stage for the creation of the gods and the universe as we know it. Their union marked the birth of the cosmos, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of life. As they embraced, the foundations of the world were laid, and the story of the gods began. Gaia and Uranus, the earth and the sky, united in a divine marriage. This union was not just a joining of two beings, but a cosmic event that brought balance and harmony to the universe. Together, they created a multitude of powerful offspring, each embodying different aspects of the world. Their children would go on to play crucial roles in the shaping of the cosmos, weaving the intricate tapestry of myth and legend that has captivated humanity for millennia. Among the many offspring of Gaia and Uranus were the three hecatontures, also known as the hundred-handed ones. These formidable beings were Cottus, the personification of earthquakes, Briareos representing storms, and Geese symbolizing volcanic eruptions. With 50 heads and 100 arms each, they possessed immense strength and power, making them both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Their existence was a testament to the raw, untamed forces of nature that Gaia and Uranus had brought into the world. However, Uranus feared the power and potential of his children, especially the hecatontures. In a fit of jealousy and paranoia, he decided to imprison them deep within the earth, hiding them away from the world. Gaia, heartbroken by the cruelty of Uranus, mourned the loss of her children and the injustice they faced. This act of betrayal sowed the seeds of rebellion and set the stage for a dramatic power struggle among the gods. Determined to avenge his mother and free his siblings, Cronus, one of the Titans and another son of Gaia and Uranus, rose against his father. With a sickle provided by Gaia, Cronus ambushed Uranus and overthrew him in a fierce battle. From the blood of Uranus that fell into the sea, the beautiful goddess Aphrodite was born, embodying love and beauty. However, Uranus, with his last breath, cursed Cronus, foretelling that he too would be overthrown by his own offspring, thus continuing the cycle of power and retribution among the gods. Cronus, now the ruler of the cosmos, took his sister Rhea as his wife. Their union brought forth many children, who would later become known as the Olympian gods. However, haunted by the curse of Uranus, Cronus feared that his own offspring would overthrow him, just as he had done to his father. To prevent this, Cronus swallowed each of his children at birth, trapping them in his own body and believing he could thwart fate. Rhea, devastated by the loss of her children, devised a plan to save her youngest. When Zeus was born, Rhea hid him away in a cave on the island of Crete. She then tricked Cronus by giving him a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes, which he swallowed, believing it was his son. Zeus grew up in secret, nurtured by nymphs and the divine goat Amalthea, until he was strong enough to challenge his father. When Zeus reached adulthood, he returned to confront Cronus. With the help of Metis, the goddess of wisdom, Zeus devised a plan to force Cronus to disgorge his siblings. Metis prepared a potion that caused Cronus to vomit, releasing Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. United, the siblings joined forces with Zeus to overthrow Cronus and the Titans, marking the beginning of a new era of gods known as the Olympians. With his siblings now free, Zeus led them in a great war against Cronus and the other Titans, a conflict known as the Titanomachy. The battle raged for 10 years, with the Olympians fighting from Mount Olympus and the Titans from Mount Othrys. Eventually, with the help of the hecatontures and the Cyclopes whom Zeus had freed from their imprisonment, the Olympians emerged victorious. Cronus and the Titans were cast into the depths of Tartarus, a dark and dismal place in the underworld, ensuring they could never threaten the cosmos again. After their victory, the Olympian gods established their rule from Mount Olympus, with Zeus as their king. Each of the gods took on specific roles and domains, creating a divine order that governed both the heavens and the earth. Zeus became the god of the sky and thunder, ruling with justice and authority. Poseidon took control of the seas, wielding his mighty trident. Hades, though not residing on Olympus, ruled the underworld with a stern hand. Thus, the age of the Olympian gods began, bringing a new era of balance and harmony to the world. The Olympian gods, now firmly in power, continued to shape the world and interact with mortals in various ways. Among these gods was Prometheus, a titan who had not fought against Zeus and was known for his intelligence and cunning. Prometheus created the first humans from clay, and Athena breathed life into them. Seeing the humans struggling without fire, Prometheus defied Zeus's orders and stole fire from the gods, giving it to humanity. This act of defiance enabled humans to progress and thrive, but it also incurred Zeus's wrath, leading to severe punishment for Prometheus. As punishment for his transgression, Zeus had Prometheus bound to a rock in the Caucasus Mountains, where an eagle would come each day to eat his liver, which would then regenerate each night. Despite his suffering, Prometheus remained unyielding and defiant. Meanwhile, Zeus devised another way to punish humanity for accepting the stolen fire. He ordered Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, to create a woman of unparalleled beauty. This woman, named Pandora, was given a jar often referred to as a box and was instructed never to open it. However, driven by curiosity, Pandora eventually opened the jar, releasing all the evils of the world: disease, sorrow, and conflict, leaving only hope inside. While the Olympians maintained order, they often engaged in their own conflicts and adventures. One notable event was the birth of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Zeus had swallowed Metis, Athena's mother, to prevent a prophecy that her child would be more powerful than its father. However, this did not stop Athena's birth. One day, Zeus experienced an unbearable headache, and in his agony, he called upon Hephaestus to split his head open with an axe. From Zeus's head sprang Athena, fully grown and armored, a powerful and majestic goddess ready to serve as one of Olympus's most revered deities. Athena quickly became one of Zeus's most trusted and favored children. Known for her wisdom, courage, and strategic prowess, she was often called upon to assist both gods and mortals in times of need. One of her most famous contests was with Poseidon over the patronage of the city of Athens. To win the favor of the city's inhabitants, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, creating a saltwater spring. However, Athena offered the people an olive tree, symbolizing peace and prosperity. The Athenians chose Athena's gift, and the city was named Athens in her honor, solidifying her place among the most important deities in Greek mythology. Among the many stories of the Olympian gods, the tale of Hephaestus and Aphrodite stands out. Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and craftsmen, was born lame and was cast out of Olympus by his mother, Hera. Despite his physical imperfections, Hephaestus grew to become a master craftsman, creating magnificent weapons and tools for the gods. He was later married to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love. However, their marriage was far from blissful. Aphrodite was unfaithful to Hephaestus, most notably with Ares, the god of war. When Hephaestus discovered their affair, he crafted an unbreakable net to trap them and expose their infidelity to the other gods, highlighting the complex and often tumultuous relationships among the deities. Dionysus, the god of wine, festivity, and theater, had an unusual and dramatic birth. His mother, Semele, a mortal woman, was loved by Zeus. However, Hera, ever jealous and vengeful, tricked Semele into asking Zeus to reveal his true form. Bound by his promise, Zeus appeared in his divine glory, which was too much for Semele to bear, and she perished. Zeus managed to save the unborn Dionysus by sewing him into his thigh. After a few months, Dionysus was born from Zeus's thigh, fully formed and divine. Raised by nymphs far from Hera's wrath, Dionysus grew to be a god who brought joy and ecstasy, but also madness and chaos to those who opposed him. As the gods continued to shape the world and interact with mortals, the balance of power on Olympus also evolved. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home, was one of the original Olympians. Known for her gentle and non-confrontational nature, Hestia presided over the domestic sphere, bringing warmth and stability to both the homes of gods and mortals. However, when Dionysus, the energetic and dynamic god of wine, was welcomed into the pantheon, Hestia willingly relinquished her seat among the 12 Olympians to him. This gesture exemplified her dedication to harmony and the well-being of the divine family, allowing Dionysus to bring new vitality and diversity to the divine assembly. Apollo and Artemis, the twin children of Zeus and Leto, were renowned for their beauty, strength, and talents. One of their most notable myths involves their vengeance against Niobe, a mortal queen. Niobe, proud of her 14 children, boasted that she was superior to Leto, who had only 2, angered by this hubris. Apollo and Artemis took swift revenge. Apollo killed Niobe's 7 sons, while Artemis struck down her 7 daughters. Devastated by the loss of her children, Niobe fled to Mount Sipylus, where she was turned to stone. Her tears flowing eternally as a stream, a poignant reminder of the gods' intolerance for mortal arrogance and the tragic consequences of pride. In another tale, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and her son Eros found themselves fleeing from the monstrous Typhon. To escape, they transformed into fish and jumped into the Euphrates River. This act of transformation and survival was commemorated in the stars as the constellation Pisces, symbolizing their ability to adapt and endure even in the face of overwhelming danger. This myth highlights the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the gods, as well as the deep bond between Aphrodite and Eros, who together faced and overcame adversity. The Olympians' victory over the Titans was not the end of their struggles for supremacy. Another great conflict arose, known as the Titanomachy. This war pitted the Olympians against the giants, monstrous offspring of Gaia, who sought to overthrow the new order of gods. The battle was fierce and destructive, shaking the very foundations of the world. With the aid of the mortal hero Heracles, who was prophesied to be essential for their victory, the Olympians managed to defeat the giants. This victory reinforced the Olympians' role and further established their dominance over both the divine and mortal realms. The Olympians faced yet another formidable adversary in the form of Typhon, a monstrous serpent-like giant and one of the deadliest creatures in Greek mythology. Born from Gaia and Tartarus, Typhon sought to overthrow Zeus and the other gods. The ensuing battle, known as the Typhonomachy, was cataclysmic. Typhon's immense power and fury seemed unstoppable, but Zeus, wielding his mighty thunderbolts, eventually managed to subdue and imprison Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This victory not only secured Zeus's reign, but also demonstrated the unwavering resolve of the Olympian gods to maintain their dominion over the cosmos. Following the defeat of the Titans and Typhon, the Olympians faced another challenge known as the Gigantomachy. The giants, born from the blood of Uranus when he was overthrown by Cronus, sought to challenge the authority of Zeus and the Olympian gods. This epic battle saw the gods fighting alongside mortal heroes, as it was prophesied that the gods could not achieve victory without human assistance. Among the notable figures was Heracles, whose strength and bravery were crucial in securing victory. The defeat of the giants solidified the supremacy of the Olympians and ensured their rule over the heavens and the earth. Despite their divine powers, the Olympian gods often meddled in the lives of mortals, leading to many legendary tales. One such story is that of Zeus and Callisto. Zeus, enamored by the nymph Callisto, approached her in the guise of Artemis. Callisto, deceived by his appearance, was seduced by Zeus and became pregnant. When Artemis discovered Callisto's pregnancy, she was furious and banished her from the group of nymphs. Hera, equally enraged by her husband's infidelity, transformed Callisto into a bear. Callisto wandered the wilderness until she gave birth to a son, Arcas. Years later, as Arcas was hunting, he encountered the bear that was his mother. Before he could unknowingly kill her, Zeus intervened and placed both Callisto and Arcas in the sky as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, preserving their bond for eternity. Zeus's love affairs often brought both blessings and curses to mortals. One such story is that of Zeus and Io. A priestess of Hera caught the eye of Zeus, who pursued her relentlessly. To hide her from Hera's wrath, Zeus transformed Io into a white cow. However, Hera saw through the deception and demanded the cow as a gift, placing her under the watchful eyes of Argus Panoptes, the 100-eyed giant. Zeus sent Hermes to rescue Io, and Hermes managed to lull Argus to sleep and kill him. Even after her rescue, Io's torment was not over. Taking pity on Argus, Hera transformed his many eyes into the plumage of a peacock. Yet Io's suffering continued unabated. Hera sent a relentless gadfly to sting her, driving Io to wander the earth. Eventually, Io found solace in Egypt, where Zeus restored her to her original form. The Ionian Sea, named after Io, who swam across it to escape, has its origins in this tale. And she bore him a son, Epiphus, who would become an important figure in the lineage of Greek heroes. Another tale of Zeus's romantic pursuits is the story of Europa. Europa was a Phoenician princess whose beauty captivated Zeus. To approach her without arousing suspicion, Zeus transformed himself into a magnificent white bull. Entranced by the gentle and majestic creature, Europa climbed onto the bull's back. Zeus then swam across the sea, taking Europa to the island of Crete. There, he revealed his true identity and expressed his love for her. Europa became the mother of 3 sons by Zeus, Minos, who would become the legendary king of Crete; Rhadamanthus, a wise ruler who later became a judge of the dead; and Sarpedon, a hero in the Trojan War. The continent of Europe was named in her honor, commemorating her lasting legacy. One of the most poignant and tragic love stories in Greek mythology is that of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus, the son of Apollo and Calliope, was a gifted musician whose songs could charm anyone, mortal or divine. He fell deeply in love with the beautiful Eurydice, and they were married. However, their happiness was short-lived. Eurydice was bitten by a snake and died shortly after their wedding. Devastated, Orpheus journeyed to the underworld, determined to bring her back. With his enchanting music, he softened the hearts of Hades and Persephone, who allowed Eurydice to return to the living world on one condition: Orpheus must not look back at her until they had both reached the surface. Tragically, just before they emerged from the underworld, Orpheus, overcome with doubt and longing, looked back, and Eurydice was lost to him forever. Heartbroken, Orpheus wandered the earth, his music now filled with sorrow and despair. The story of Poseidon and Medusa is another tale of love and transformation. Medusa was once a beautiful maiden and a priestess in Athena's temple. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was captivated by her beauty and desired her. He pursued Medusa and eventually seduced her in Athena's temple. Outraged by this desecration, Athena punished Medusa by transforming her into a gorgon, a monstrous creature with snakes for hair and a gaze that turned anyone who looked at her to stone. This curse also affected Medusa's sisters, Stheno and Euryale, making them gorgons as well. Medusa's tragic fate serves as a reminder of the gods' power and the severe consequences of their actions on mortals. The myth of Athena and Eric is a tale of hubris and transformation. Eric was a talented mortal weaver who boasted that her skills were greater than those of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft. Offended by Arachne's arrogance, Athena challenged her to a weaving contest. Both produced exquisite tapestries, but Arachne's work, which depicted the gods' flaws, angered Athena further. In a fit of rage, Athena destroyed Arachne's tapestry and loom. Overcome with despair, Eric hanged herself. Feeling a pang of remorse, Athena transformed Eric into a spider, allowing her to weave for eternity. This myth explains the origin of spiders and serves as a cautionary tale against pride and disrespecting the gods. The story of Pandora's box is a well-known myth that explains the origin of human woes. Pandora was the first woman created by the gods, endowed with gifts from each of the Olympians. She was given a jar later referred to as a box and instructed never to open it. Driven by curiosity, Pandora eventually lifted the lid, unleashing all the evils that plague humanity today: sickness, death, turmoil, and despair. Realizing her mistake, she quickly closed the box, leaving only one thing inside: hope. This myth highlights the dual nature of human existence, filled with suffering, but also the enduring presence of hope. The story of Baucis and Philemon is a heartwarming tale of hospitality and devotion. The elderly couple lived in a poor village and were the only ones to welcome Zeus and Hermes, who were disguised as weary travelers. Despite their meager means, Baucis and Philemon offered the gods their best food and wine. In gratitude for their kindness, Zeus and Hermes transformed their humble home into a grand temple and granted them a wish. The couple asked to be guardians of the temple and to die at the same moment, so they would never be apart. When their time came, they were turned into intertwining oak and linden trees, standing together forever. The myth of Apollo and Daphne is a tale of unrequited love and transformation. Apollo, the god of the sun, was struck by Cupid's arrow and fell desperately in love with Daphne, a nymph devoted to hunting and independence. Despite Apollo's relentless pursuit, Daphne wanted nothing to do with him. As Apollo closed in on her, Daphne prayed to her father, the river god Peneus, to save her. In response, he transformed her into a laurel tree. Heartbroken, Apollo vowed to honor her forever. He adopted the laurel as his sacred tree, and it became a symbol of victory and eternal love. The musical contest between Apollo and Pan is a story that highlights the differing values and tastes among the gods. Pan, the god of the wild, challenged Apollo to a musical duel, boasting that his rustic pipes could produce a melody superior to Apollo's lyre. The contest was judged by the mountain god Tmolus, who declared Apollo the winner for his harmonious and refined performance. King Midas, who happened to be present, disagreed with the decision and proclaimed Pan the true victor. In response, Apollo punished Midas by giving him the ears of a donkey, symbolizing his poor taste in music. The story of Apollo and the crow is one of betrayal and transformation. Apollo entrusted a white crow to watch over his lover, Coronis. When the crow reported that Coronis had been unfaithful, Apollo, in a fit of rage, killed Coronis with his arrows. However, he soon regretted his actions and in his sorrow, cursed the crow, turning its feathers black as a symbol of bad luck and betrayal. This myth explains why crows are black and serves as a reminder of the consequences of hasty actions and misplaced trust. The love between Artemis and Orion is a tale of companionship and tragedy. Orion, a great hunter, became a close companion of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. However, their relationship stirred jealousy and concern among the other gods. Some versions of the myth suggest that Apollo, Artemis's brother, tricked her into killing Orion by challenging her to hit a distant target, which was actually Orion swimming in the sea. Devastated by the loss of her friend, Artemis placed Orion among the stars as a constellation, ensuring that he would be remembered forever in the night sky. The story of King Midas is a cautionary tale about the perils of greed. Midas, the wealthy king of Phrygia, was granted a wish by the god Dionysus as a reward for his hospitality. Midas wished that everything he touched would turn to gold. At first, he was delighted, but he soon realized the curse of his wish when even his food and drink turned to gold, making it impossible for him to eat. His daughter, trying to comfort him, was also turned to gold. Desperate, Midas begged Dionysus to take back his gift. Dionysus instructed Midas to wash in the river Pactolus, which washed away the golden touch and returned everything to normal. This myth highlights the dangers of excessive greed and the importance of appreciating what one has. The story of Phrixus and Hell is a tale of escape and transformation. Phrixus and Hell were siblings whose stepmother, Ino, plotted to kill them. To save them, their mother, Nephil, sent a golden ram. The ram carried them away, but Hell fell into the sea, which was later named the Hellespont in her memory. Phrixus safely reached Colchis, where he sacrificed the ram to Zeus and gave its golden fleece to King Aetes. The golden fleece would later become the object of Jason and the Argonauts' quest. The ram was placed among the stars as the constellation Aries, symbolizing courage and protection. The love story of Eros and Psyche is a tale of trials and perseverance. Psyche, a mortal woman of extraordinary beauty, incurred the jealousy of Aphrodite. The goddess sent her son, Eros, to make Psyche fall in love with a vile creature, but Eros fell in love with her instead. He took Psyche to his hidden palace, visiting her only at night and forbidding her to look at him. Psyche's curiosity led her to light a lamp to see Eros, which caused him to leave. Desperate to reunite with him, Psyche underwent a series of difficult tasks set by Aphrodite. With help from various gods, she completed them and was finally reunited with Eros. Zeus granted her immortality, and she became the goddess of the soul. Their union symbolized the overcoming of obstacles through love and dedication. The love between Aphrodite and Adonis is a story of passion and tragedy. Adonis was a handsome mortal youth who captured the heart of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Despite warnings from Aphrodite to avoid dangerous animals, Adonis loved hunting and was fatally wounded by a wild boar. Devastated, Aphrodite cradled him as he died, and his blood mingled with her tears, creating the anemone flower. Moved by her grief, Zeus decreed that Adonis would spend half the year with Aphrodite in the world of the living and the other half in the underworld with Persephone. This cyclical arrangement symbolized the seasonal death and rebirth of nature. The story of Atalanta and Hippomenes is one of love, competition, and cunning. Atalanta, a fierce and swift huntress, was determined to remain unmarried and declared that she would only marry a man who could defeat her in a foot race. Many suitors tried and failed, losing their lives as a consequence. Hippomenes, smitten by Atalanta, sought the help of Aphrodite, who gave him 3 golden apples. During the race, Hippomenes threw the apples one by one to distract Atalanta. The tale of Eos and Tithonus is a poignant story of love and immortality. Eos, the goddess of the dawn, fell in love with Tithonus, a mortal prince of Troy. She asked Zeus to grant Tithonus immortality, but she forgot to ask for eternal youth. As the years passed, Tithonus aged endlessly without dying, eventually becoming so decrepit that he could no longer move or speak. Consumed by sorrow for her beloved, Eos transformed him into a cicada, allowing him to at least sing forever. This myth serves as a reminder of the importance of being careful what one wishes for and the inevitable consequences of immortality without eternal youth. The story of Phaethon and the Sun Chariot is a dramatic tale of ambition and catastrophe. Phaethon, the son of Helios, the sun god, sought to prove his divine heritage. He begged his father to let him drive the sun chariot across the sky for a day. Despite Helios's warnings of the dangers, Phaethon insisted. Unable to control the powerful horses, Phaethon veered off course, bringing scorching heat and devastating fires to the earth, then plunging it into freezing cold. To save the world, Zeus struck Phaethon down with a thunderbolt, causing him to fall into the river Eridanus. Phaethon's sisters, the Heliades, mourned him and were turned into poplar trees, their tears becoming amber. The birth of Heracles, one of Greece's greatest heroes, is a tale of divine intrigue and mortal struggle. Heracles was the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene. Hera, jealous of Zeus's infidelity, sought to kill the infant Heracles by sending two serpents to his cradle. One story recounts how, while still an infant, he suckled so strongly from Hera's breast that the milk sprayed across the heavens, creating the Milky Way. Hera's relentless hatred for Heracles led her to curse him with a fit of madness. In this state, Heracles committed the grievous act of killing his own wife, Megara, and their children. Overcome with grief and guilt upon regaining his sanity, Heracles sought to atone for his sins. He consulted the oracle of Delphi, who instructed him to serve King Eurystheus of Mycenae for 12 years and perform a series of 12 nearly impossible labors. These labors were meant to purify Heracles and grant him immortality. Setting the stage for his legendary adventures, Heracles' first labor was to slay the Nemean lion, a fearsome beast with an impenetrable hide that terrorized the region of Nemea. Heracles tracked the lion to its cave, and after discovering that his arrows were useless against the creature's tough skin, decided to confront it in close combat. Using his immense strength, he wrestled the lion and ultimately strangled it to death. Heracles then used the lion's own claws to skin it. Heracles' first labor was to slay the Nemean lion, a fearsome beast with an impenetrable hide that terrorized the region of Nemea. Heracles tracked the lion to its cave, and after discovering that his arrows were useless against the creature's tough skin, decided to confront it in close combat. Using his immense strength, he wrestled the lion and ultimately strangled it to death. Heracles then used the lion's own claws to skin it, fashioning the hide into a cloak that made him nearly invulnerable. This first labor showcased Heracles' bravery and resourcefulness, earning him the initial steps toward redemption and glory. Heracles' second labor was to defeat the Lernaean Hydra, a monstrous serpent-like creature with multiple heads that lived in the swamps of Lerna. The Hydra's central head was immortal, and whenever one of its other heads was cut off, 2 more would grow in its place. Assisted by his nephew Iolaus, Heracles confronted the Hydra. As Heracles cut off each head, Iolaus cauterized the stumps with a torch, preventing them from regenerating. Finally, Heracles buried the immortal head under a massive rock. He then dipped his arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood, making them deadly weapons for future battles. This labor demonstrated Heracles' ingenuity and perseverance. Heracles' third labor was to capture the golden hind of Serenea, a sacred deer belonging to the goddess Artemis. The hind was known for its incredible speed and golden antlers. Heracles pursued the hind for a full year, following it across Greece and beyond. He eventually caught the deer while it was resting, gently binding it without causing harm. On his return, he encountered Artemis and Apollo, who were angered by his capture of the sacred animal. Heracles explained his mission and promised to release the hind unharmed after showing it to King Eurystheus. Satisfied with his explanation, Artemis allowed Heracles to complete his task, demonstrating his respect for the divine and his dedication to his quest. Heracles' fourth labor was to capture the Erymanthian boar, a gigantic and ferocious beast that roamed the slopes of Mount Erymanthus, wreaking havoc on the surrounding lands. Heracles tracked the boar to its lair and chased it through the deep snow, which slowed the creature down. Using his immense strength and agility, he eventually managed to trap the boar in a net. Heracles then carried the boar back to King Eurystheus, who was so terrified at the sight of the captured beast that he hid in a large jar. This labor showcased Heracles' courage and his ability to overcome powerful adversaries through sheer determination. Heracles' fifth labor was to clean the Augean stables, which housed an enormous number of cattle and had not been cleaned for many years. The task seemed impossible due to the vast amount of filth. However, Heracles approached the challenge with his characteristic ingenuity. He rerouted the courses of the Alpheus and Peneus rivers to flow through the stables, washing away the accumulated waste in a single day, despite successfully completing the labor. King Aegeus refused to honor his promise of a reward, claiming that Heracles had cheated by using the rivers. Nevertheless, this labor demonstrated Heracles' cleverness and practical problem-solving skills. Heracles' seventh labor was to capture the Cretan bull, a magnificent and wild beast that was wreaking havoc on the island of Crete. This bull was the same one that had fathered the Minotaur with Queen Pasiphae. Heracles traveled to Crete, where he received permission from King Minos to capture the bull. Using his immense strength, Heracles wrestled the bull to the ground and subdued it without using any weapons. He then shipped the bull back to King Eurystheus, who released it into the wild. Heracles' seventh labor was to capture the Cretan bull, a magnificent and wild beast that was wreaking havoc on the island of Crete. This bull was the same one that had fathered the Minotaur with Queen Pasiphae. Heracles traveled to Crete, where he received permission from King Minos to capture the bull. Using his immense strength, Heracles wrestled the bull to the ground and subdued it without using any weapons. He then shipped the bull back to King Eurystheus, who released it into the wild. The bull eventually wandered to Marathon, where it continued to cause trouble until it was finally slain by Theseus. This labor showcased Heracles' physical prowess and his ability to tackle formidable creatures. Heracles' eighth labor was to capture the mares of Diomedes, a group of man-eating horses owned by the Thracian king Diomedes. These vicious creatures were kept tethered with iron chains and fed human flesh. Upon arriving in Thrace, Heracles overpowered the grooms and took the mares. When King Diomedes and his men pursued them, Heracles defeated them in battle and fed Diomedes to his own horses, which calmed them. After taming the mares, Heracles brought them back to King Eurystheus, who dedicated them to Hera. This labor demonstrated Heracles' tactical acumen and his ability to subdue even the most savage beasts. Heracles' ninth labor was to retrieve the belt of Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons. This belt was a symbol of her authority and was given to her by Ares, the god of war. Heracles set out for the land of the Amazons, where Hippolyta initially welcomed him and agreed to give him the belt. However, Hera, disguised as an Amazon warrior, spread a rumor that Heracles intended to abduct their queen, inciting the Amazons to attack. In the ensuing battle, Heracles killed Hippolyta and took the belt. He then returned to King Eurystheus with the prized belt, completing another challenging task that highlighted his strength and fortitude. Heracles' 10th labor was to capture the cattle of Geryon, a fearsome giant with 3 bodies who lived on the island of Erythea. The journey to Erythea was long and perilous, requiring Heracles to cross the Libyan desert and sail across the sea in a golden cup, provided by the sun god Helios. Upon reaching Erythea, Heracles faced and killed Geryon's herdsman Eurytion and his two-headed dog Orthus before confronting Geryon himself, using his powerful bow and poisoned arrows. Heracles defeated Geryon and drove the cattle back to King Eurystheus. This labor showcased Heracles' endurance, bravery, and combat skills. Heracles' 11th labor was to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides, which were guarded by the nymphs known as the Hesperides and the fearsome dragon Ladon. These apples were a wedding gift from Gaia to Hera and were located in a secret garden in the far west. On his quest, Heracles sought advice from various figures, including Prometheus, whom he freed from his eternal punishment. Following Prometheus' guidance, Heracles asked Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold up the sky, to retrieve the apples for him. In exchange, Heracles temporarily took on the burden of the sky. Upon returning with the apples, Atlas tried to trick Heracles into taking his place permanently, but Heracles outwitted him and returned the sky to Atlas, bringing the apples back to Eurystheus. This labor demonstrated Heracles' intelligence and his ability to navigate complex challenges. Heracles' 12th and final labor was to capture Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of the underworld. This task required Heracles to journey to the realm of Hades, a feat that no living mortal had accomplished before. With the guidance of Hermes and the blessing of Persephone, Heracles entered the underworld. Hades agreed to let Heracles take Cerberus to the surface, provided he could do so without using any weapons. Relying on his immense strength, Heracles wrestled Cerberus into submission and brought him back to King Eurystheus, who was terrified at the sight of the beast. After completing the labor, Heracles returned Cerberus to the underworld, fulfilling his final task and securing his place as a legendary hero. Heracles' 12th and final labor was to capture Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of the underworld. This task required Heracles to journey to the realm of Hades, a feat that no living mortal had accomplished before. With the guidance of Hermes and the blessing of Persephone, Heracles entered the underworld. Hades agreed to let Heracles take Cerberus to the surface, provided he could do so without using any weapons. Relying on his immense strength, Heracles wrestled Cerberus into submission and brought him back to King Eurystheus, who was terrified at the sight of the beast. After completing the labor, Heracles returned Cerberus to the underworld, fulfilling his final task and securing his place as a legendary hero. Nessus, a centaur, tried to abduct Deianira, the wife of Heracles, as they were crossing a river. Heracles shot Nessus with a poisoned arrow, and as he lay dying, Nessus plotted his revenge. He told Deianira to collect his blood, claiming it would ensure Heracles' fidelity if ever he strayed. Deianira, trusting his words, saved the blood for later use. Years later, when Heracles brought home Iole, the princess of Oechalia, Deianira feared she had lost her husband's love. Remembering Nessus's words, she smeared his blood on a robe and gave it to Heracles. The poison in the blood caused Heracles immense agony, and in a bid to end his suffering, he built a funeral pyre and lay upon it, ending his life. After his death, Heracles was taken to Olympus, where he was granted immortality and honored as a god, playing a significant role in the Gigantomachy. Theseus was born to Aegeus, the king of Athens, and Aethra, a princess of Troezen. Before Theseus's birth, Aegeus left a sword and a pair of sandals under a heavy rock, instructing Aethra to send their son to him when he could lift the rock and retrieve the items. As a young man, Theseus accomplished this feat and set out for Athens, determined to meet his father and claim his birthright. As Theseus journeyed to Athens, he encountered and defeated several notorious bandits and villains, including Periphetes, Cenas, Siren, and Circean, cleansing the land of their terror. These encounters demonstrated Theseus's bravery, strength, and commitment to justice, marking him as a hero even before he reached his father's city. Upon reaching Athens, Theseus was recognized by his father, Aegeus, who nearly poisoned him due to a plot by the sorceress Medea. However, Aegeus recognized his son just in time, knocking the poison cup from his hands. Theseus was then embraced as the rightful heir to the throne, much to the joy of the Athenians. Theseus volunteered to be one of the tributes sent to Crete to face the Minotaur, a monstrous creature housed in the labyrinth designed by Daedalus. With the help of Ariadne, King Minos's daughter, who fell in love with him, Theseus received a ball of thread to navigate the complex maze. He successfully killed the Minotaur and led the other tributes out of the labyrinth, securing his fame and heroism. On their return journey, Theseus and Ariadne stopped on the island of Naxos, where Ariadne was abandoned. Some versions of the myth suggest this was due to the intervention of the god Dionysus, who claimed Ariadne as his bride. Heartbroken but determined, Theseus continued his voyage back to Athens. Tragically, he forgot to change his ship's sails from black to white, signaling his success, leading his father, Aegeus, to believe he was dead. In his grief, Aegeus threw himself into the sea, which was thereafter known as the Aegean Sea. Zeus transforming into golden rain to be with Dana, the birth of Perseus. Dana and Perseus cast adrift in a chest, saved by the fisherman Dictys on the island of Seriphus. Dictys' brother Polydectes wants to marry Dana and sends Perseus to kill Medusa, hoping to get rid of him. With the help of the gods, Perseus receives Athena's shield Aegis, Hades' helmet of invisibility, Hera's bag Kibisis, Ares' sword harp, and Hermes' winged sandals. Perseus beheads Medusa, from whose blood Pegasus and Chryser are born. Perseus meets Andromeda, uses Medusa's head to turn a sea monster to stone, and rescues her. King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia of Ethiopia consent to the marriage of Perseus and Andromeda. At the wedding, Andromeda's former fiancé Phanes and his followers cause a disturbance, and Perseus turns them to stone with Medusa's head. However, Cepheus and Cassiopeia, unable to look away, are also turned to stone. The gods pity them and transform them into constellations. Perseus returns to Seriphus, shows Medusa's head to Polydectes, and turns him to stone. Athena takes Medusa's head and places it on her shield. The end of the Trojan War marks the beginning of Odysseus's epic journey home. After the Greeks used the clever ruse of the Trojan horse to infiltrate and sack the city of Troy, the long and arduous war finally came to a close. Odysseus, known for his cunning and resourcefulness, played a pivotal role in the Greek victory. However, his return to Ithaca would be far from straightforward, as he faced numerous trials and adventures, each delaying his reunion with his family. During his journey home, Odysseus and his men encountered the island of the Lotus Eaters. The inhabitants of this island offered Odysseus's crew the lotus fruit, which caused those who ate it to forget their homes and desire only to stay on the island, consuming more fruit. Realizing the danger, Odysseus forcibly retrieved his men and set sail once again, showing his leadership and determination to return home despite the alluring temptations they faced. One of the most famous encounters in Odysseus's journey was with the Cyclops Polyphemus. After landing on the island of the Cyclopes, Odysseus and his men were trapped in Polyphemus's cave. To escape, Odysseus devised a clever plan. He introduced himself as Nobody, and then, after intoxicating the Cyclops with wine, blinded him with a sharp stake. When Polyphemus called for help, he told the other Cyclopes that nobody was attacking him, leading them to ignore his pleas. Odysseus and his men then escaped by hiding under the bellies of Polyphemus's sheep as they were let out to graze. Odysseus's journey also led him to the island of the sorceress Circe. Circe used her magic to turn Odysseus's men into pigs. With the help of the god Hermes, who provided him with a magical herb called moly to protect him from Circe's spells, Odysseus confronted her and forced her to restore his men to their human forms. Circe, impressed by Odysseus's resilience, offered him and his crew hospitality and guidance for their journey ahead, becoming an important ally in his quest to return home. As Odysseus continued his voyage, he had to navigate the treacherous straits between Scylla and Charybdis. Scylla was a six-headed monster that devoured sailors from passing ships, while Charybdis was a massive whirlpool capable of swallowing entire vessels. Warned by Circe of the dangers, Odysseus chose to sail closer to Scylla, sacrificing a few men to ensure the survival of the rest of his crew. This perilous passage highlighted Odysseus's difficult decisions and the constant threats he faced on his journey. Another challenge Odysseus faced was the enchanting song of the sirens. These creatures lured sailors to their doom with their irresistible voices. To protect his crew, Odysseus ordered them to plug their ears with beeswax and had himself tied to the mast of the ship so he could listen without being able to act on the sirens' call. His successful navigation past the sirens demonstrated his ingenuity and determination to survive the many trials he encountered. Odysseus's journey also brought him to the island of the nymph Calypso, who fell in love with him and detained him for several years. Despite her offers of immortality and eternal youth, Odysseus longed to return to his wife, Penelope, and his home in Ithaca. With the intervention of the gods, particularly Hermes, Calypso was eventually persuaded to let Odysseus go. She provided him with the resources to build a raft, enabling him to continue his voyage home, showcasing his unwavering loyalty to his family. After many years of wandering, Odysseus finally reached his home island of Ithaca. Disguised as a beggar by the goddess Athena, he assessed the situation and found that his palace was overrun by suitors vying for Penelope's hand, believing him to be dead. Odysseus's return set the stage for the final and most personal of his trials, as he prepared to reclaim his household and reunite with his loyal wife and son. Upon returning to Ithaca, Odysseus was reunited with his son, Telemachus. Together, they devised a plan to defeat the suitors who had overrun their home. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus entered the palace and observed the suitors' arrogance and disrespect. Telemachus helped his father gather loyal servants and supporters, preparing for the final confrontation. The reunion with Telemachus strengthened Odysseus's resolve to reclaim his household and restore order to his kingdom. Odysseus revealed his true identity during a contest devised by Penelope to choose her new husband. She announced that she would marry the man who could string Odysseus's bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads. None of the suitors could accomplish the task, but the disguised Odysseus, with ease, completed the challenge. His success was the signal for Telemachus and their loyal servants to begin their assault on the suitors, showcasing Odysseus's unmatched skill and rightful place as the head of the household. In a final act of retribution, Odysseus, with the help of Telemachus and their allies, confronted the suitors. A fierce battle ensued in the halls of his palace, and Odysseus demonstrated his prowess as a warrior by defeating each suitor. After the battle, he was finally reunited with Penelope, who tested him to ensure he was truly her husband. Recognizing the unique details of their bed, which he had built himself, Penelope accepted Odysseus, and their reunion marked the end of his long and arduous journey. Peace was restored to Ithaca, and Odysseus's trials were finally over. In the beginning, there was only none, the infinite, formless sea of chaos. It was an expanse of dark, swirling waters that held within it all the potential of creation, but lacked order and form. This primordial ocean existed before time and space, embodying the void from which everything else would emerge. None was the essence of potentiality, a boundless source of both creation and destruction, waiting to be shaped by the divine will. The Egyptians believed that Nun was the source of all that is. And even though it was a place of darkness and chaos, it was also filled with boundless energy and possibilities. It was within this limitless sea that the first act of creation began, setting the stage for the emergence of life and order. From the depths of this chaotic sea, the first act of creation occurred. A brilliant lotus flower emerged from the waters, and from its petals rose Ra, the sun god. Radiant and powerful, Ra's first act was to bring light into the darkness, casting away the shadows of chaos. His light was the dawn of creation, illuminating the world and bringing forth the first day. Ra stood upon the primordial mound, which had risen from Nun, and from this sacred place, he began to shape the cosmos. The emergence of Ra marked the end of the primeval night and the beginning of time itself. As he opened his eyes, the light spread across the universe, and the chaotic waters of Nun receded, giving way to the formation of the heavens and the earth. To assist in his divine task, Ra created two deities, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut were the first divine couple, embodying the essential elements of life. Together, they gave birth to Geb, the god of the earth, and Nut, the goddess of the sky. Geb and Nut were deeply in love, intertwined so closely that there was no space between the sky and the earth. Their union represented the unformed potential of the universe, still awaiting separation and order. Shu, with his breath of life, brought the winds and the atmosphere, while Tefnut, with her tears, brought the rain and the dew, nourishing the land. Their children, Geb and Nut, formed the foundation of the world, with Geb lying beneath as the earth, and Nut arching above as the sky, covered in stars. However, Ra decreed that the world needed structure and space for life to flourish. He commanded Shu to separate the lovers, pushing Nut upwards to form the sky and pressing Geb down to become the earth. This separation created the vast expanse of the sky above and the solid ground below, making room for all living beings to inhabit. The stars on Nut's body began to shine, marking the passage of time and the cycles of night and day. As Nut rose, her body stretched across the heavens, her hands and feet touching the horizons, creating the dome of the sky. Geb, in turn, became the fertile earth, supporting all forms of life. This act of separation was not just physical, but also symbolic, representing the birth of order from chaos and the establishment of the natural laws that govern the universe. As the world settled into its new order, Geb and Nut gave birth to the next generation of gods who would play crucial roles in the fate of Egypt. Osiris, the god of the afterlife and resurrection, was born first, followed by his sister and wife, Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood. Next came Seth, the god of chaos and desert storms, and finally Nephthys, the goddess of mourning and protection. Each of these deities had a vital role to play in the cosmic balance and the unfolding drama of divine and mortal affairs. Osiris, with his wisdom and benevolence, taught humans the arts of agriculture and civilization, bringing prosperity and order to the land. Isis, his loyal and loving wife, used her magical powers to protect and heal, embodying the virtues of motherhood and devotion. Seth, with his fiery temper and destructive nature, represented the necessary chaos and conflict that spurred growth and change. Nephthys, with her quiet strength, stood as a guardian of the dead and a comforter of the grieving, ensuring that the passage between life and death was gentle and sacred. Osiris, with his wisdom and benevolence, became the first king of Egypt. He ruled with fairness and compassion, teaching humans the arts of agriculture, civilization, and law. Under his guidance, the land of Egypt flourished, and people learned to cultivate the fertile banks of the Nile, harvest crops, and live in harmony with the natural world. Osiris's reign was a golden age of prosperity and peace, revered by all who lived in his time. His teachings brought order and culture to a once primitive world, and he was celebrated as the bringer of civilization. Temples were built in his honor, and festivals celebrated his wisdom and generosity. The legacy of Osiris was not only his reign, but the enduring principles of justice and harmony that he instilled in his people, laying the foundation for the great civilization of ancient Egypt. However, Osiris's success and popularity stirred jealousy in the heart of his brother, Seth. Envious of Osiris's power and the love he received from both gods and mortals, Seth began to plot against him. Seth, embodying chaos and destruction, sought to overthrow Osiris and claim the throne for himself. His schemes would lead to one of the most tragic and pivotal tales in Egyptian mythology, setting the stage for the great conflicts and stories that would follow. Seth's envy grew with each passing day, his mind consumed by dark thoughts and sinister plans. He gathered allies who shared his ambition and resentment, crafting a plan to remove Osiris and seize power. The tension between the brothers mirrored the eternal struggle between order and chaos, a theme that would resonate through the ages in the stories and beliefs of the Egyptian people. Seth's treachery culminated in a cunning and ruthless plan. He invited Osiris to a grand banquet and presented a beautifully crafted chest, promising to give it to whoever could fit perfectly inside. When Osiris lay down in the chest to test it, Seth and his followers slammed the lid shut, sealed it with molten lead, and threw it into the Nile. The chest drifted away, carrying Osiris to his doom. This act of betrayal plunged Egypt into mourning, and darkness fell upon the land. Isis, heartbroken and determined, began her relentless search for her husband's body. She traveled through villages and deserts, seeking clues and asking for help from anyone she met. Her journey was fraught with danger and despair, but her love for Osiris fueled her unwavering resolve. Overcome with grief, Isis began a tireless quest to find her husband's body. She traveled the length and breadth of Egypt, using her magical abilities and the help of her sister Nephthys and the god Anubis. After a long and arduous search, Isis discovered the chest containing Osiris's body in the distant land of Byblos. She brought it back to Egypt, but Seth discovered her efforts, and in a fit of rage, tore Osiris's body into 14 pieces and scattered them across the land. Each piece of Osiris's body represented a part of the whole, symbolizing the fragmentation and struggle that can occur in life. Undeterred by Seth's actions, Isis and Nephthys embarked on another journey, scouring the land to recover each piece. Their determination and devotion were a testament to the strength of love and loyalty, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. Refusing to give up, Isis and Nephthys, with the aid of Anubis, the god of mummification, gathered the pieces of Osiris's body and reassembled them. Using her powerful magic, Isis was able to resurrect Osiris long enough for them to conceive a son, Horus. Though Osiris could not return to the world of the living, he became the ruler of the underworld, guiding and judging the souls of the dead. His resurrection was a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that life could triumph over death. Not only the heir to Osiris, but also the embodiment of justice and vengeance, destined to avenge his father and restore harmony to the land. As Horus grew, he demonstrated remarkable strength, wisdom, and courage. His childhood was filled with stories of his father's greatness and his mother's resilience, instilling in him a deep sense of duty and honor. Raised in the marshes of the Nile Delta, Horus was hidden from Seth's wrath. Under the watchful eyes of Isis, he grew strong and wise. Isis taught him the arts of magic and combat, preparing him for the inevitable confrontation with Seth. Despite the dangers, Horus's spirit remained undaunted, driven by the knowledge that he was destined to avenge his father and reclaim his rightful place on the throne of Egypt. The bond between mother and son was unbreakable, their shared mission a source of strength and inspiration. Horus trained tirelessly, mastering the skills needed to defeat Seth and restore order. His upbringing was a blend of rigorous training and deep spiritual learning, making him a formidable force destined to challenge the god of chaos. When Horus reached maturity, he challenged Seth to a series of epic battles for the throne. These battles raged across the heavens and the earth, lasting for 80 years. Each deity demonstrated immense strength and cunning, with victories and losses on both sides. The gods of the Ennead convened to judge the conflict, weighing the merits of each contender. The battles between Horus and Seth were more than mere physical confrontations. They were symbolic struggles between order and chaos, justice and tyranny. The gods watched closely, their judgment reflecting the balance that needed to be maintained in the universe. Horus's determination and Seth's relentless aggression created a saga of conflict and resilience that echoed through the ages. Ultimately, Horus triumphed over Seth through his bravery, skill, and the support of the other gods. Seth was subdued and exiled to the desert, symbolizing the triumph of order over chaos. Horus ascended to the throne, uniting Egypt and restoring the legacy of Osiris. His victory brought peace and prosperity to the land, and Horus was worshipped as the rightful king and protector of Egypt. The unification under Horus's rule marked the beginning of a new era, where the principles of justice and harmony governed the land. Temples were erected in his honor, and festivals celebrated his reign and the restoration of balance. Horus's victory was not just a personal triumph, but a reaffirmation of the eternal struggle between good and evil, a reminder that even in the face of great adversity, order and righteousness would prevail. Every day, Ra embarked on his journey across the sky, sailing in his solar bark from the eastern horizon to the west. As night fell, he descended into the underworld, to battle the forces of chaos led by the serpent Apophis. This nightly journey was a perilous one, but Ra's triumph ensured the rising of the sun each morning, bringing light and life to the world. Ra's journey was a powerful metaphor for the cycles of life and death, renewal and rebirth. Each night, as he traversed the dark realms of Duat, he faced numerous challenges and enemies. Apophis, the embodiment of chaos, sought to devour Ra and extinguish his light, but with the help of other gods, Ra prevailed each night, symbolizing the resilience and perseverance needed to overcome darkness and emerge victorious. Over time, the god Amun, originally a local deity of Thebes, merged with Ra, becoming Amun-Ra, the king of the gods. Amun-Ra represented the hidden and manifest aspects of divinity, combining the invisible force of creation with the visible power of the sun. Worshipped across Egypt, Amun-Ra was seen as the supreme ruler of the cosmos, embodying both creation and order. The merging of Amun and Ra signified the unification of different religious traditions and the consolidation of divine authority. Amun-Ra's temples, particularly in Thebes, became centers of immense religious and political power. Pilgrims from all over Egypt would come to offer their prayers and seek blessings, reinforcing the god's position as the ultimate protector and benefactor of the land. Thoth, the ibis-headed god, was the deity of wisdom, writing, and knowledge. He was credited with inventing hieroglyphs and was the scribe of the gods, recording all events and decrees. Thoth was also the god of the moon, balancing the solar influence of Ra. His wisdom guided both gods and humans, making him a central figure in Egyptian mythology and culture. Thoth's contributions to writing and knowledge were seen as the foundation of civilization. He was revered as the keeper of divine wisdom. the mediator who ensured that the actions of the gods were accurately recorded and interpreted. His presence was crucial in the judgment of souls, where his balanced perspective ensured fairness and justice. The wisdom of Thoth permeated all aspects of Egyptian life, from the governance of the state to the spiritual practices of individuals. Bastet and Sekhmet were two aspects of the same lioness goddess. Bastet, depicted as a gentle domestic cat, was the goddess of home, fertility, and childbirth, protecting families and ensuring harmony. In contrast, Sekhmet, depicted as a lioness, was the fierce goddess of war and destruction, unleashed to punish the enemies of Ra. Together, they represented the dual nature of divine power, nurturing and protective, yet fierce and destructive. Bastet's temples were places of refuge and celebration, where people came to seek blessings for their families and homes. Festivals in her honor were filled with music, dancing, and joy, reflecting her benevolent nature. Sekhmet's presence, on the other hand, was invoked in times of conflict and crisis, where her fierce energy was needed to protect and defend. The balance between these two aspects highlighted the complexity of divine power, showing that nurturing and aggression were both essential for the preservation of order and justice. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, was the deity of mummification and the afterlife. He guided souls through the underworld, ensuring their safe passage and overseeing the weighing of the heart ceremony. Anubis's role was crucial in the journey of the soul, as he protected the dead and ensured their proper burial, granting them access to eternal life. His presence was a comforting assurance for the living, knowing that their loved ones would be guided and protected in the afterlife. The rituals of mummification, presided over by Anubis, were intricate and sacred, involving prayers, anointing, and wrapping of the body to preserve it for eternity. Anubis's guidance extended beyond the physical preservation. He was also a spiritual guardian, leading the soul through the trials of Duat and standing by them during their judgment before Osiris. His role embodied the Egyptian belief in the afterlife, where death was not an end, but a transformation to a new existence. Hathor, often depicted as a cow or a woman with cow's horns, was the goddess of love, beauty, music, and dance. She was a joyful and nurturing deity, bringing happiness and celebration to both gods and humans. Hathor was also associated with motherhood and fertility, embodying the nurturing aspects of the divine feminine. Her festivals were filled with music, dancing, and revelry, celebrating the joy of life. Hathor's influence extended to all aspects of life, from the birthing of children to the artistic expressions of music and dance. She was seen as a divine mother, a protector of women, and a bringer of joy. Her temples were places of vibrant activity, where devotees would celebrate her blessings through song, dance, and offerings. Hathor's presence was a reminder of the beauty and pleasure in life, encouraging people to embrace love and joy in their daily existence. Nephthys, the sister of Isis, was a goddess of mourning and protection. She played a vital role in the resurrection of Osiris and the upbringing of Horus. Nephthys also protected the deceased, helping to guide their souls to the afterlife. Her loyalty and sacrifices exemplified the virtues of compassion and dedication, making her an essential figure in the mythology of the afterlife. Nephthys's role was often overshadowed by her more prominent family members, but her contributions were crucial in maintaining the balance between life and death. She stood as a guardian of the tombs, her presence ensuring that the deceased were honored and protected. In the stories of Osiris and Horus, her support and loyalty were unwavering, reflecting the deep bonds of family and the importance of solidarity in overcoming adversity. Nephthys's influence was felt in the quiet moments of grief and remembrance, offering solace and protection to those in mourning. Sopdet, represented by the star Sirius, was associated with the annual flooding of the Nile, which brought fertility and abundance to Egypt. Her rising marked the beginning of the inundation, a time of renewal and prosperity. Sopdet was worshipped as a guardian of the land, ensuring the fertility of the soil and the well-being of the people. The star Sirius, known as the Dog Star, was the brightest star in the sky, and its heliacal rising heralded the start of the Nile's flood season. This event was crucial for Egyptian agriculture, as the flooding deposited rich silt onto the farmlands, enabling crops to grow. Sopdet's role as a celestial guide linked the heavens with the earth, showing the interconnectedness of the cosmic and the terrestrial. Her worship included rituals and offerings to ensure the timely and bountiful flooding of the Nile, which was essential for the survival and prosperity of Egyptian civilization. In Egyptian mythology, death was seen not as an end, but as a transition to a new form of existence. The soul embarked on a journey through the underworld, facing trials and tribulations before reaching the afterlife. This journey was guided by the gods and required the deceased to demonstrate the righteousness and knowledge of sacred texts. The concept of the afterlife was central to Egyptian beliefs, with elaborate burial practices and funerary texts designed to aid the deceased in their journey. The soul, consisting of different elements like the Ka and Ba, needed to navigate the dangers of Duat and achieve reunification to enter the eternal paradise. The journey through the underworld was a transformative process, where the soul was tested and purified. The goal was to achieve Ma'at, the balance and harmony that would grant eternal life. The detailed rituals and beliefs surrounding death underscored the Egyptians' profound reverence for the afterlife and their commitment to ensuring a safe passage for their loved ones. The underworld, known as Duat, was a realm of both danger and transformation. Souls traveled through various regions of Duat, encountering gods, monsters, and challenges. The Book of the Dead provided spells and incantations to help the deceased navigate these perils and reach the final judgment. Duat was depicted as a complex landscape, with rivers, caverns, and gates guarded by fearsome deities and creatures. Each section of Duat presented trials that tested the soul's purity and knowledge. The Book of the Dead served as a guide, offering protection and wisdom to overcome these obstacles. The journey through Duat was not only a physical passage, but a spiritual one, where the soul was judged based on its deeds in life. The ultimate destination was the Hall of Ma'at, where the heart would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Success in this journey meant attaining eternal life in the field of reeds, a paradise where the soul could dwell in peace and abundance. The journey through Duat reflected the Egyptian belief in the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, emphasizing the importance of living a righteous life to ensure a favorable outcome in the afterlife. At the heart of the journey was the Hall of Ma'at, where the soul's heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was found to be lighter or equal in weight to the feather, the soul was deemed pure and allowed to enter the field of reeds, a paradise of eternal life. If the heart was heavier, it was devoured by Ammit, the soul-destroying monster, condemning the deceased to oblivion. The weighing of the heart was a critical moment, symbolizing the judgment of one's life. The feather of Ma'at represented the divine order and truth, and the heart, the seat of emotions and intentions. This ceremony underscored the importance of living a life of righteousness and adherence to Ma'at. The presence of gods like Anubis, who guided the soul, and Thoth, who recorded the outcome, highlighted the divine involvement in the judgment process. The successful passage through this trial ensured that the soul would enjoy eternal bliss, reaffirming the belief in moral justice and the rewards of a virtuous life. Osiris, as the ruler of the underworld, presided over the final judgment. He sat on his throne, surrounded by the 42 judges of the dead, who assisted in the evaluation of the soul's deeds. The just were granted a place in the afterlife, while the unjust faced annihilation. Osiris's judgment ensured that only the worthy attained eternal life, maintaining the cosmic order. His role was both a judge and a guide, offering the deceased the opportunity for redemption and eternal life. The Hall of Judgment was a solemn place, filled with the presence of divine beings who upheld the principles of Ma'at. The process of judgment was meticulous, considering every aspect of the soul's life. The righteous were welcomed into the field of reeds, a place of eternal peace and happiness, while the unworthy were consigned to oblivion, ensuring the purity and balance of the afterlife. Osiris's role as the judge of the dead reinforced his importance as a symbol of resurrection and eternal life, providing hope and reassurance to the living. Throughout the journey, Anubis played a crucial role in guiding and protecting the souls. He ensured the proper preparation of the body through mummification, preserving it for eternity. Anubis also acted as a psychopomp, leading souls through the dangers of Duat and standing by them during their judgment, offering protection and support. His presence was a comforting assurance for the living, knowing that their loved ones would be guided and protected in the afterlife. The rituals of mummification, presided over by Anubis, were intricate and sacred, involving prayers, anointing, and wrapping of the body to preserve it for eternity. Anubis's guidance extended beyond the physical preservation. He was also a spiritual guardian, leading the soul through the trials of Duat and standing by them during their judgment before Osiris. His role embodied the Egyptian belief in the afterlife, where death was not an end, but a transformation to a new existence. The ultimate reward for the righteous was eternal life in the field of reeds, a heavenly paradise where the souls could live in peace and happiness. This realm was a mirror image of the earthly Nile Valley, filled with lush fields, abundant crops, and serene waters. Here, the souls could enjoy a blissful existence, free from the trials of the mortal world, in the presence of the gods. The field of reeds represented the idealized version of life, where all needs were met, and happiness was eternal. It was a place where the soul could reunite with loved ones and live in harmony with the divine. The journey to this paradise was arduous, but the reward was worth the trials. The field of reeds was a testament to the Egyptian belief in a just and benevolent afterlife, where the virtuous were rewarded with eternal peace and prosperity. This belief provided comfort and motivation for the living, encouraging them to live righteously and honor the gods. Imhotep was a legendary figure, renowned as an architect, physician, and high priest. He designed the step pyramid of Djoser, one of Egypt's earliest monumental structures. His wisdom and contributions to medicine earned him deification after death, and he was worshipped as a god of healing and knowledge. Imhotep's achievements were monumental, laying the foundations for architectural and medical advancements that would influence civilizations for centuries. As an architect, his innovative designs and constructions demonstrated a deep understanding of engineering and aesthetics. As a physician, his knowledge and practices in medicine were advanced for his time, contributing to the health and well-being of his people. Imhotep's legacy continued long after his death, with his name revered in temples and his wisdom passed down through generations. His story exemplified the heights of human potential and the enduring impact of knowledge and innovation. Pharaohs were considered divine rulers, embodying the gods on earth. They were seen as the intermediaries between the gods and the people, responsible for maintaining Ma'at and ensuring the prosperity of the land. The pharaoh's divine status was reinforced through rituals, monuments, and their role in religious ceremonies. As living gods, pharaohs wielded immense power, their decisions impacting every aspect of Egyptian life. They were expected to lead with wisdom and justice, embodying the principles of Ma'at in their governance. The construction of monumental structures like pyramids and temples served as both religious acts and demonstrations of their divine authority. Pharaohs were also central figures in festivals and rituals, where their participation ensured the favor of the gods and the continuation of cosmic order. Their legacy was immortalized in inscriptions, statues, and the reverence of their people, with their rule considered a manifestation of divine will on earth. The biblical story of Joseph tells of a pharaoh's dream of 7 fat cows and 7 lean cows. Joseph, gifted with the ability to interpret dreams, explained that the dream foretold 7 years of plenty followed by 7 years of famine. His guidance led to the storage of surplus grain during the years of plenty, saving Egypt from starvation during the famine and securing Joseph's place as a trusted advisor. This story highlights the ancient Egyptians' belief in the power of dreams and their divine significance. Joseph's interpretation of the pharaoh's dream was not only a demonstration of his wisdom, but also a testament to the interconnectedness of divine will and human action. By acting on the dream's warning, Egypt was able to prosper even in times of adversity, reinforcing the idea that divine guidance, when heeded, could lead to the preservation and flourishing of society. The story of Joseph and the Pharaoh underscores the importance of foresight, planning, and the ability to interpret and act upon divine messages, themes that resonated deeply in the cultural and religious practices of ancient Egypt. The Nile River was the lifeblood of Egypt, its annual inundation bringing fertile silt and water essential for agriculture. The Egyptians revered the Nile and the gods associated with it, such as Hapi, the god of the inundation. Festivals and offerings were made to ensure the river's blessings and the prosperity it brought to the land. The relationship between the Egyptians and the Nile was deeply spiritual and practical, as the river's cycles dictated the agricultural calendar and the rhythms of daily life. The inundation, known as the Gift of the Nile, was eagerly anticipated each year. When the river flooded, it left behind rich, black soil ideal for farming. This natural phenomenon was so crucial that the Egyptians created intricate irrigation systems to maximize the benefits of the floodwaters. The Nile was more than a river. It was a symbol of life, renewal, and sustenance, embodying the divine provision that sustained the civilization. The Egyptians' reverence for the Nile is reflected in their art, literature, and religious practices, highlighting its central role in their worldview. The pyramids were monumental tombs designed to ensure the safe passage of pharaohs into the afterlife. These grand structures housed the pharaoh's mummified body and possessions needed for the afterlife. The pyramids also symbolized the pharaoh's divine power and their connection to the gods, with their design reflecting the rays of the sun. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu, is one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt. Constructing these pyramids required immense resources and labor, reflecting the centralized power and organizational skills of the pharaohs. Each pyramid was part of a larger complex that included temples, smaller pyramids for queens, and mastaba tombs for nobles. The intricate burial practices and the treasures found within these tombs provide invaluable insights into Egyptian beliefs about death and the afterlife. The pyramids' enduring grandeur and their alignment with celestial bodies demonstrate the Egyptians' advanced understanding of architecture, astronomy, and theology. They were not only tombs but also spiritual gateways designed to guide the pharaohs to eternal life among the stars. In Egyptian belief, the soul was comprised of several parts, including the Ka and Ba. The Ka was the vital essence or life force, while the Ba was the individual personality. After death, the Ka remained in the tomb, needing sustenance from offerings, while the Ba could travel between the living world and the afterlife. The reuniting of the Ka and Ba was essential for achieving eternal life. The Ba was often depicted as a bird with a human head, symbolizing its ability to move freely. The Egyptians believed that during the day, the ba could leave the tomb and visit places it had known in life, while at night, it would return to the body to receive the offerings left by the living. The concept of the ka and ba highlights the Egyptians' intricate understanding of the soul and its needs. Funerary practices, including mummification and the provision of goods, were designed to support this journey. Statues and images of the deceased, inscribed with prayers and spells, were also essential in ensuring the ka and ba could recognize and reunite with the body, securing a harmonious afterlife. Isis was not only a goddess of magic and motherhood, but also a protector of humanity. Many stories tell of her performing miracles to heal the sick, protect the vulnerable, and aid those in distress. Her compassion and power made her one of the most beloved deities, worshipped as a benefactor of all people. Isis's influence extended beyond the divine realm. She was seen as a nurturing figure who cared deeply for the well-being of mortals. Her temples were places of healing and refuge, where people sought her blessings and intervention in times of need. The mythology surrounding Isis portrays her as a tireless advocate for justice and protection. One famous story recounts how she used her magical knowledge to cure her son, Horus, of a deadly scorpion sting, showcasing her role as a healer. Her widespread worship across the ancient world, including Greece and Rome, underscores her enduring appeal and the universal themes of motherhood, protection, and magic that she embodies. Isis's legacy continues to be a powerful symbol of feminine strength and compassion, inspiring reverence and devotion through the ages. Ma'at was the principle of truth, balance, and cosmic order. Upholding Ma'at was essential for the harmony of the universe, society, and individual lives. Pharaohs and common people alike were expected to live by Ma'at, ensuring justice, righteousness, and order in all their actions. This concept permeated every aspect of Egyptian life, from law and governance to personal conduct. Ma'at was often depicted as a goddess with an ostrich feather on her head, symbolizing truth and justice. She played a crucial role in the afterlife, where the hearts of the deceased were weighed against her feather to determine their fate. The principles of Ma'at were also integral to the pharaoh's role as the mediator between the gods and humanity. By maintaining Ma'at, the pharaoh ensured the prosperity and stability of the kingdom. In daily life, Ma'at was reflected in the Egyptians' adherence to social norms, ethical behavior, and their commitment to communal harmony. The legacy of Ma'at as a guiding principle has influenced countless aspects of Egyptian culture, leaving an enduring mark on their civilization's values and beliefs. The Book of the Dead was a collection of spells, prayers, and incantations designed to guide the deceased through the underworld. It provided the necessary knowledge and protection to overcome the challenges endured and secure a favorable judgment. These texts were often buried with the deceased, ensuring they had the tools needed for their journey to eternal life. The Book of the Dead was not a single book, but a compilation of various texts that evolved over centuries. Each book was personalized for the deceased, with specific spells chosen to address their needs and circumstances. The spells covered a wide range of topics, from protecting the soul from demons to ensuring the safe passage through dangerous regions of Duat. The texts emphasized the importance of knowledge and preparation for the afterlife, reflecting the Egyptians' deep belief in the continuity of existence beyond death. The Book of the Dead was a testament to the Egyptians' ingenuity in addressing the spiritual and existential concerns of their people, providing comfort and assurance that they would be cared for in the afterlife. Egyptian mythology was rich with symbols, each holding deep meanings and significance. The Ankh symbolized life and immortality, the Djed pillar represented stability, and the scarab beetle symbolized rebirth and regeneration. These symbols were used in art, amulets, and rituals, conveying powerful messages and invoking divine protection. The Ankh, often held by gods and pharaohs, was a symbol of life and immortality. Its looped shape represented the eternal nature of the soul in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The jed pillar associated with the god Osiris symbolized stability and continuity. It was often depicted in funerary contexts, representing the backbone of the deceased and ensuring their resurrection. The scarab beetle, linked to the god Khepri, was a symbol of transformation and renewal. Scarab amulets were commonly placed over the hearts of mummies to ensure rebirth in the afterlife. These symbols were not merely decorative, but carried profound spiritual significance, reflecting the Egyptians' beliefs about life, death, and the divine forces that governed their world. The Ankh, often held by gods and pharaohs, was a symbol of life and immortality. Its looped shape represented the eternal nature of the soul in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The Ankh was a powerful talisman, believed to bestow protection and longevity to those who carried it. The symbol was often depicted in the hands of gods and goddesses, offering the breath of life to the pharaohs and the deceased. In art, the Ankh was frequently shown in scenes of resurrection and divine blessing, highlighting its role as a conduit of life-giving energy. It was also worn as an amulet by the living, serving as a reminder of the divine connection and the promise of eternal life. The Ankh's enduring popularity and its widespread use in Egyptian iconography underscore its significance as a symbol of the eternal and unbroken connection between the human and the divine. The Eye of Horus, also known as the Wadjet, was a symbol of protection, royal power, and good health. It represented the eye that Horus lost during his battle with Seth, which was later restored by Thoth. The Eye of Horus was used as an amulet to ward off evil and ensure safety and well-being. The symbol was also associated with the moon and its cycles, reflecting Horus's connection to the celestial realm. The Eye of Horus was believed to have healing properties, and it was commonly used in medical prescriptions and healing rituals. In funerary practices, the symbol was placed on amulets and coffins to protect the deceased in their journey through the afterlife. The intricate design of the eye, with its detailed markings, conveyed a sense of vigilance and divine oversight, ensuring that those who bore it were under the watchful protection of the gods. The Eye of Horus remains one of the most recognizable symbols of ancient Egypt, embodying the themes of protection, healing, and the restorative power of the divine. The uraeus, a rearing cobra, was a symbol of divine authority and protection. Often depicted on the crowns of pharaohs, it represented the goddess Wadjet, who protected the king and ensured his rule. Wadjet, along with the vulture goddess Nekhbet, was one of the two ladies who symbolized the unification and protection of Upper and Lower Egypt. The uraeus was believed to possess magical powers, capable of spitting fire at the pharaoh's enemies. This symbol of royal power and divine protection underscored the pharaoh's role as the defender of Mut and the earthly representative of the gods. The cobra, with its deadly strike and fierce demeanor, was an apt symbol of the pharaoh's ability to protect and govern. The uraeus was also a reminder of the divine legitimacy of the pharaoh's rule, reinforcing the belief that the king was chosen by the gods to maintain order and prosperity in the land. This powerful symbol was a testament to the interwoven relationship between religion and governance in ancient Egypt, where the pharaoh's authority was both temporal and divine. Thebes, known as Wazit in ancient Egypt, was a major religious and cultural center. It was home to magnificent temples such as Karnak and Luxor, dedicated to the god Amun. The city played a pivotal role in the religious life of Egypt, hosting grand festivals and serving as the capital during various periods of Egyptian history. Thebes was the heart of the worship of Amun-Ra, where the priesthood wielded significant influence and power. The Karnak temple complex, one of the largest religious structures ever built, was a testament to the city's importance and the devotion of its inhabitants. Luxor Temple, connected to Karnak by the Avenue of Sphinx, was another focal point of religious activity, where pharaohs were crowned and celebrated. The grandeur of these temples reflected the wealth and spiritual significance of Thebes. The city was also a center of art, literature, and learning, attracting scholars and artists who contributed to the cultural richness of ancient Egypt. The legacy of Thebes as a religious and cultural hub underscores its central role in shaping the spiritual and intellectual landscape of ancient Egypt. The temples of Luxor and Karnak were among the most impressive religious structures in ancient Egypt. The Karnak temple complex, dedicated primarily to Amun-Ra, was a vast and awe-inspiring site, featuring towering columns, massive statues, and sacred lakes. Luxor Temple, connected to Karnak by the Avenue of Sphinx, was a center of religious and political power, where pharaohs were crowned and celebrated. The construction of these temples spanned several centuries, with each pharaoh contributing to their expansion and embellishment. The hypostyle hall of Karnak, with its forest of colossal columns, is one of the architectural marvels of the ancient world. These temples were not only places of worship, but also centers of administration and learning. The festivals held at these sites, particularly the Opet Festival, were grand celebrations that reinforced the divine authority of the pharaoh and the unity of the kingdom. The intricate carvings, detailed reliefs, and monumental architecture of Luxor and Karnak temples continue to captivate visitors, showcasing the artistic and engineering prowess of ancient Egypt. The temples of Abu Simbel, carved into a mountainside by Ramses II, were a testament to the pharaoh's power and devotion to the gods. The great temple was dedicated to Ramses and the gods Amun, Ra-Horikti, and Ta, while the small temple honored Queen Nefertari and the goddess Hathor. These majestic temples were relocated in the 20th century to prevent them from being submerged by the Aswan High Dam's reservoir. The relocation project, an incredible feat of modern engineering, involved cutting the temples into large blocks and reassembling them on higher ground. The great temple's facade, with its 4 colossal statues of Ramses II, remains one of the most iconic images of ancient Egypt. The interior chambers are adorned with detailed reliefs depicting the pharaoh's military victories and religious ceremonies. The small temple, dedicated to Queen Nefertari, features equally impressive statues and artwork, celebrating her role and divine association with Hathor. The grandeur and the pyramids of Giza, especially the Great Pyramid of Khufu, have fascinated people for millennia. These monumental structures were tombs for pharaohs designed to ensure their journey to the afterlife. The precise construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and hidden chambers within the pyramids continue to be subjects of study and wonder. The Great Pyramid, originally covered in gleaming white limestone casing stones, was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. The 3 pyramids at Giza were part of a larger complex that included mortuary temples, smaller pyramids for queens, and the Great Sphinx, a colossal statue with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh, believed to represent Khafre. The construction of these pyramids required a highly organized workforce, an advanced understanding of engineering and mathematics. The pyramid's alignment with celestial bodies, particularly the stars of Orion's belt, suggests a deep connection between the pharaoh's burial practices and their beliefs about the afterlife. The mysteries surrounding the construction methods, the purpose of the various chambers, and the inscriptions found within continue to intrigue researchers and inspire awe in all who visit these ancient wonders. The Siwa Oasis, located in the Western Desert, was home to the Oracle of Amun. This oracle was renowned for its prophetic powers, attracting pilgrims from across the ancient world, including Alexander the Great, who visited to to confirm his divine status. The oasis itself was a lush, fertile haven, contrasting with the surrounding desert. The Oracle of Siwa played a significant role in the religious and political landscape of ancient Egypt. It was believed that the god Amun communicated his will through the oracle, providing guidance on matters ranging from personal dilemmas to state affairs. The journey to Siwa was arduous, involving long treks across the desert, but the promise of divine insight drew many to its sacred grounds. The temple complex at Siwa included sanctuaries, ceremonial halls, and sacred pools, creating an atmosphere of mystery and reverence. The oracle's pronouncements could alter the course of history, as seen in the case of Alexander the Great, whose visit solidified his claim to divine lineage and influenced his subsequent conquests. The enduring legacy of the Oracle of Siwa highlights the profound impact of religious belief on the actions and destinies of individuals and empires. The Temple of Horus at Edfu is one of the best preserved ancient Egyptian temples. Dedicated to the falcon-headed god Horus, it features detailed reliefs depicting the god's mythological battles with Seth. The temple's construction reflects the Ptolemaic period's architectural grandeur, and it remains a significant site for understanding ancient Egyptian religion and culture. The Temple of Horus was built on the site of an earlier, smaller temple, and its construction took over 180 years to complete. The temple complex includes a large courtyard, a hypostyle hall, and several sanctuaries, all adorned with intricate carvings and hieroglyphs. The reliefs narrate the story of Horus's divine birth, his struggle against Seth, and his eventual triumph, reinforcing the themes of order and chaos central to Egyptian mythology. The annual festival of the victory of Horus, celebrated at Edfu, was a major religious event drawing pilgrims from across Egypt. The temple's preservation and the wealth of inscriptions found within provide invaluable insights into the religious practices, social organization, and artistic achievements of the Ptolemaic period. The Temple of Isis at Philae was a major center of worship for the goddess Isis. Located on an island in the Nile, the temple complex was renowned for its beauty and spiritual significance. It was one of the last pagan temples to remain active after the rise of Christianity, symbolizing the enduring legacy of Egyptian religious traditions. The Temple of Philae was dedicated to Isis, her consort Osiris, and their son Horus, forming a triad that was central to Egyptian worship. The temple complex included a main sanctuary, several chapels, and a large courtyard, all decorated with detailed reliefs and inscriptions. The annual festivals held at Philae, particularly the Festival of Osiris, attracted worshippers from across Egypt and beyond. The temple's location on an island added to its mystique, with pilgrims often arriving by boat to seek the blessings of Isis. The transition to Christianity saw the conversion of the temple into a church, but the deep reverence for Isis persisted, reflecting the syncretic blending of religious practices. The relocation of the temple to higher ground during the construction of the Aswan High Dam preserved this important site, allowing modern visitors to appreciate its historical and spiritual significance. The Battle of Kadesh, fought between Ramses II of Egypt and Muwatalli II of the Hittites, was one of the largest chariot battles in history. Although both sides claimed victory, the battle eventually led to the first known peace treaty. The conflict demonstrated the military might and strategic prowess of the Egyptian empire and solidified Ramses I's legacy as a great warrior king. The Battle of Kadesh took place near the Orontes River in modern-day Syria and involved thousands of chariots and infantry from both sides. The battle was marked by Ramses I's bold tactics and personal bravery as he led a counterattack against the Hittite forces that had surrounded his troops. Despite the inconclusive military outcome, the subsequent peace treaty, known as the Treaty of Kadesh, established a lasting peace and mutual respect between the two great powers. This treaty, inscribed in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Akkadian cuneiform, is considered one of the earliest examples of diplomatic agreements. The Battle of Kadesh and its aftermath highlight the complexities of ancient warfare and diplomacy, showcasing the skill and leadership of Ramses II and the strategic importance of alliances in maintaining regional stability. The Hyksos were a foreign people who invaded and ruled parts of Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period. Their arrival brought new technologies and ideas, such as the horse-drawn chariot and advanced weaponry. The eventual expulsion of the Hyksos by Ahmose marked the beginning of the New Kingdom, a period of great power and prosperity for Egypt. The Hyksos, believed to have originated from the Levant, established their capital at Avaris in the Nile Delta. Their rule introduced significant cultural and technological changes, including improved metalworking techniques, new agricultural practices, and advancements in warfare. The Hyksos were initially seen as conquerors, but over time, their integration into Egyptian society led to a blending of cultures and ideas. Ahmose, a successful campaign against the Hyksos, which culminated in the siege and capture of Avaris, restored native Egyptian rule and set the stage for the expansive and prosperous New Kingdom. The Hyksos period, though marked by foreign domination, was crucial in shaping the future of Egypt, as the innovations they introduced were adopted and further developed by subsequent Egyptian dynasties. Mythological battles often depicted the eternal struggle between order and chaos. One of the most significant conflicts was the nightly battle between Ra and the serpent Apep. Each night, Apep attempted to devour Ra's solar bark, threatening to plunge the world into darkness. Ra's victory over Apep each night symbolized the triumph of order over chaos, ensuring the sun's daily rise. This mythological battle was a powerful metaphor for the cyclical nature of life and the constant struggle against destructive forces. Apep, also known as Apophis, represented the forces of chaos and evil, and his attempts to consume Ra's light were seen as an ever-present threat to the stability of the universe. The gods, including Set and Thoth, aided Ra in his nightly journey, battling Apep to protect the cosmic order. This myth reinforced the importance of vigilance, resilience, and the collective effort required to maintain balance and harmony in the world. The imagery of Ra's solar bark, navigating the perilous underworld and emerging victorious each morning, was a testament to the enduring power of light and the inevitability of renewal. The Nile River was not only a source of life, but also a strategic battleground. Naval battles on the Nile were crucial for controlling trade routes and securing territorial dominance. These conflicts showcased the Egyptians' naval prowess and their ability to adapt to warfare on water, which was vital for maintaining their empire. The strategic importance of the Nile meant that controlling its waters was essential for economic and military power. Ancient Egyptian fleets, comprised of reed boats and later wooden ships, were used to transport troops, supplies, and goods. These naval forces played a key role in both defensive and offensive operations, enabling the Egyptians to project power along the river's length. One notable example of Nile warfare was the conflict with the Sea Peoples during the reign of Ramses III, where Egyptian naval forces successfully repelled invasions. The ability to control and defend the Nile was a testament to the Egyptians' ingenuity and adaptability, ensuring their dominance over the region for centuries. The legacy of these naval battles highlights the critical role of the Nile in shaping the military and political landscape of ancient Egypt. Throughout its history, Egypt faced invasions by various foreign powers, including the Assyrians, Persians, and later the Greeks and Romans. Each invasion brought significant changes to Egyptian society, culture, and governance. These periods of foreign rule were often marked by both conflict and cultural exchange, leaving lasting impacts on Egypt's history. The Assyrian invasion in the 7th century BC, led by King Esarhaddon, saw the sack of Thebes and the imposition of Assyrian control over Egypt. This period of domination was relatively short-lived, but left a legacy of military and administrative changes. The Persian conquest, beginning with Cambyses II in 525 BCE, integrated Egypt into the vast Achaemenid Empire, bringing administrative reforms and new cultural influences. The later Greek and Roman periods, marked by the conquests of Alexander the Great and the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, saw Egypt become a Hellenistic center of learning and culture. The Romans, who annexed Egypt in 30 BC, further integrated the region into the broader Mediterranean world. Each of these invasions brought about significant transformations, blending Egyptian traditions with those of the conquerors, resulting in a rich and diverse cultural heritage. One of the most famous military and trade expeditions was led by Queen Hatshepsut to the land of Punt. This expedition brought back valuable goods such as incense, ebony, gold, and exotic animals, enhancing Egypt's wealth and Hatshepsut's prestige. The successful voyage demonstrated Egypt's far-reaching influence and the queen's capability as a ruler. The land of Punt, often referred to as God's Land, was located in the region of modern-day Somalia, Eritrea, and the southern Red Sea coast. Hatshepsut's expedition, depicted in detailed reliefs at her mortuary temple in Deir el-Bahri, highlighted the wealth and luxury of Punt. The expedition was a significant achievement, showcasing the organizational skills and diplomatic efforts of Hatshepsut's reign. The goods brought back from Punt were not only valuable for trade, but also held religious significance, particularly the incense used in temple rituals. The successful expedition reinforced Hatshepsut's image as a powerful and effective leader, capable of expanding Egypt's influence and prosperity through diplomacy and trade. Her legacy as one of Egypt's most successful and visionary pharaohs is immortalized in the stunning art and architecture of her temple, celebrating her achievements and divine association. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter in 1922 was one of the most significant archaeological finds of the 20th century. The tomb was filled with a wealth of treasures, including the famous golden mask, jewelry, chariots, and the pharaoh's intricately decorated sarcophagus. These artifacts provided unparalleled insights into the wealth, artistry, and daily life of ancient Egypt. Tutankhamun, often referred to as the Boy King, reigned during the New Kingdom's 18th dynasty. Despite public's fascination with ancient Egypt and the supernatural, the sudden death of Lord Carnarvon, the expedition's financial backer, just a few months after the tomb's opening, was attributed to the curse, despite plausible medical explanations. Other deaths and misfortunes among those associated with the excavation further fueled the legend. While scientific evidence debunks the existence of a curse, the story has persisted in popular culture, reflecting the enduring allure of ancient Egyptian mysteries. The curse of Tutankhamun has become a staple of Egyptological lore, contributing to the romantic and enigmatic image of the Boy King and his treasures. Queen Nefertiti, known for her striking beauty and powerful role, alongside her husband Akhenaten, left a legacy that includes magnificent sculptures and artifacts. The iconic bust of Nefertiti, discovered in Amarna, remains one of the most famous symbols of ancient Egyptian art. Her legacy is one of elegance, political influence, and religious transformation during the Amarna period. Nefertiti and Akhenaten's reign was marked by significant religious reforms, including the establishment of the monotheistic worship of the Aten, the sun disk. This shift, often referred to as the Amarna Revolution, sought to replace the traditional pantheon of gods with a single deity. Nefertiti played a crucial role in these reforms, often depicted alongside Akhenaten in religious and ceremonial contexts. The art of the Amarna period, characterized by its unique style and realism, celebrated the royal couple's divine connection and their revolutionary vision. The bust of Nefertiti, with its exquisite craftsmanship and lifelike detail, epitomizes the artistic achievements of this era. Nefertiti's legacy extends beyond her beauty. She is remembered as a powerful queen who influenced one of the most radical and fascinating periods in Egyptian history. Cleopatra VII, the last pharaoh of Egypt, is often associated with immense wealth and legendary treasures. Though much of her riches were lost to history, tales of her opulent lifestyle and the treasures she possessed continue to captivate imaginations. Cleopatra's legacy is one of intelligence, political acumen, and tragic romance, intertwined with the splendor of her reign. Cleopatra's reign was marked by her strategic alliances and romances with powerful Roman figures such as Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. These relationships were not only personal, but also political, aimed at securing Egypt's independence and her own power. Cleopatra's intelligence, charisma, and diplomatic skills earned her a prominent place in history, often overshadowed by her tragic end. The treasures associated with her reign, described in ancient texts, include lavish jewels, golden ornaments, and luxurious furnishings. The image of Cleopatra as a queen of unparalleled wealth and sophistication has been immortalized in literature, art, and film, contributing to her enduring legend. Despite the eventual fall of Egypt to Rome and her own dramatic demise, Cleopatra remains a symbol of regal splendor, strategic brilliance, and timeless allure. The Temple of Amun at Karnak was a sprawling complex filled with treasures, both material and spiritual. Hidden within its vast halls and sacred precincts were offerings of gold, precious stones, and intricate statues. These treasures were dedicated to Amun-Ra, reflecting the temple's immense religious and economic significance. The Karnak complex, one of the largest religious sites in the world, was a center of worship for over 2,000 years. Its construction spanned multiple dynasties, each contributing to its grandeur. The temple's wealth was amassed through donations from pharaohs, nobles, and pilgrims who sought to honor the god and gain his favor. The treasures found at Karnak included ceremonial objects, jewelry, and elaborately carved statues, many of which were made from precious metals and adorned with gemstones. The temple's vast storerooms and treasuries held goods that were used in daily rituals and major festivals. Karnak's significance extended beyond its physical. Ancient Egypt's tombs and temples have yielded a wealth of treasures over the centuries. From the golden funerary masks and jewelry of pharaohs to the everyday objects of nobles, these discoveries provide a glimpse into the richness of Egyptian civilization. The artistry, craftsmanship, and sheer volume of these treasures underscore the cultural and historical significance of ancient Egypt. The treasures discovered in tombs, such as those in the Valley of the Kings, reveal the elaborate preparations made for the afterlife. These items, ranging from ornate sarcophagi to delicate amulets, were intended to ensure the deceased's comfort and protection in the next world. Temples, on the other hand, were repositories of offerings to the gods, reflecting the deep religious fervor of the people. Objects found in these sacred spaces include statues, ritual vessels, and inscribed stelae, each telling a story of devotion and piety. The discovery of these treasures has provided invaluable insights into the daily life, religious practices, and artistic achievements of ancient Egypt. They continue to captivate and inspire, offering a tangible connection to a civilization that thrived thousands of years ago and left an indelible mark on human history. In the beginning, there were two primordial realms, Niflheim and Muspelheim. Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist, was located in the north, and was characterized by its intense cold and perpetual darkness. It was home to thick glaciers and icy fogs that shrouded the land in a haunting stillness. At the center of Niflheim lay Hvergelmir, a spring from which 12 rivers, known as the Livgar, flowed. These rivers were the source of all the cold waters in the cosmos. In contrast, Muspelheim, situated in the south, was a realm of fire and scorching heat. It was a land of blazing light and insatiable flames, ruled by the fire giant Surtur. The intense heat of Muspelheim was in stark opposition to the freezing cold of Niflheim. Surtur stood at the borders of his realm, ever vigilant, holding a flaming sword that would one day ignite the world in flames during the events of Ragnarok. The fires of Muspelheim never dimmed, burning eternally and radiating a fierce, destructive energy. These two realms existed in a delicate balance, each representing extreme elemental forces that would play a crucial role in the creation and eventual destruction of the world. Between Niflheim and Muspelheim lay Ginnungagap, the yawning void. This vast empty chasm was the place of potential and creation, an expanse where the icy rivers from Niflheim met the fiery sparks from Muspelheim. Ginnungagap was neither cold nor hot, but a neutral, fertile ground where the elements of ice and fire mingled. As the rivers of Niflheim flowed into Ginnungagap, they froze and created layers of frost. Meanwhile, the heat from Muspelheim caused these icy layers to melt, producing a primordial soup of water and steam. This dynamic interplay of freezing and thawing created a frothing cauldron of potential, the perfect conditions for life to begin. Over time, this interaction of ice and fire gave rise to the first living beings. The melting ice produced a giant, Ymir, who was the progenitor of the frost giants. Ymir was a massive being, and from his body, the race of giants emerged. As Ymir slept, he sweat, and from his sweat, other giants were born, populating the chaotic expanse of Ginnungagap with life. From the frothing mix of ice and fire in Ginnungagap, Ymir, the primordial giant, was born. Ymir was the ancestor of all giants and represented the raw and tamed power of creation. As he slept, more beings emerged from his body. From the sweat of his armpits came a male and a female giant, and from his legs, another giant was born. These beings, along with Ymir, roamed the chaotic void, embodying the primal forces of nature. Alongside Ymir, the cosmic cow Audhumla also emerged from the melting ice. Audhumla was a nurturing figure in the creation myth, providing sustenance to Ymir and other beings. She licked the salty ice blocks, and from her licks, a new being emerged, Buri, the first of the gods. Audhumla's role was essential, as her milk nourished Ymir and allowed the primordial beings to thrive in the harsh conditions of Ginnungagap. Her existence symbolized the nurturing aspect of nature, essential for the survival and growth of life. Audhumla, the cosmic cow, played a crucial role in the unfolding of the Norse creation myth. As she licked the salty ice blocks, she uncovered Buri, the first god. Buri was strong and handsome, and he became the progenitor of the gods. Buri had a son named Bor, who married the giantess Bestla. Together, they had 3 sons: Odin, Vili, and Vi. Odin, Vili, and Vi grew strong and wise, and they recognized the need to bring order to the chaotic void of Ginnungagap. They decided to slay Ymir, whose massive body would become the foundation of the world. The brothers attacked Ymir, and in a fierce battle, they defeated the giant. Ymir's blood flowed in torrents, drowning many of the giants in the process. From Ymir's body, the 3 brothers began to craft the world. Ymir's flesh became the earth, his blood formed the seas, and his bones turned into mountains. His hair became trees, and his skull was placed above to create the sky. From his brains, they shaped the clouds, and his eyebrows formed a protective wall around Midgard, the realm of humans. The sparks from Muspelheim were set in the sky to become the stars. Thus, from the destruction of Ymir, a new ordered world was born, crafted by the divine hands of Odin and his brothers. With the creation of the world from Ymir's body, Odin, Vili, and Ve turned their attention to filling it with life. They fashioned the first humans, Ask and Embla, from two tree trunks they found on the shore. Odin breathed life into them. Vili gave them intelligence and the ability to move, and Ve bestowed upon them their senses and speech. Ask and Embla became the ancestors of all humans, living in Midgard, the realm enclosed by Ymir's eyebrows. Midgard was connected to Asgard, the realm of the gods, by Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Asgard was a magnificent realm, home to the Aesir gods, ruled by Odin. It was a place of splendor and power, filled with golden halls and lush gardens. From his throne, Hlidsulf, Odin could see all the worlds, keeping watch over both gods and mortals. The creation of the world and the establishment of the realms marked the beginning of the Norse cosmos, a complex and interconnected universe where gods and humans coexisted. The actions of Odin, Vili, and Ve set the stage for the rich tapestry of myths and legends that would unfold, detailing the exploits of gods, giants, and heroes. The death of Ymir and the creation of the world from his body established the foundations of the Norse cosmos, but it also led to the emergence of a rich pantheon of gods who would shape the fate of the universe. Among these gods, Odin stood as the All-Father, the wisest and most powerful of the Aesir. He sought knowledge and wisdom above all else, willing to make great sacrifices to gain insight into the mysteries of the cosmos. Odin's quest for knowledge led him to Mimir's well, located at the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Mimir, the guardian of the well, possessed great wisdom, but he demanded a high price for a drink from the well's waters. Odin willingly sacrificed one of his eyes, placing it in the well to gain the wisdom needed to rule and protect the worlds. This act of sacrifice exemplified Odin's relentless pursuit of knowledge and his dedication to his role as the All-Father. Through his wisdom, Odin foresaw the coming of Ragnarok, the end of the world, and the rebirth that would follow. He prepared for this inevitable fate by gathering heroes to Valhalla, his great hall, where they would train and feast until the final battle. Odin's leadership and foresight ensured that the forces of order would stand ready to face the chaos of Ragnarok, embodying the eternal struggle between creation and destruction. The creation of the first humans, Ask and Embla, marked the beginning of humanity in the Norse mythological cosmos. Found as lifeless tree trunks on the shore by Odin, Vili, and Ve, they were imbued with life and consciousness. Odin gave them breath and life. Vili provided them with intelligence and the ability to move, and Ve bestowed upon them their senses and speech. Ask and Embla awakened in a world newly formed, with Midgard as their home. Midgard was a realm of beauty and danger, bounded by the sea and surrounded by a protective wall made from Ymir's eyebrows. The land was fertile, and the first humans began to explore and populate their new world, cultivating the land and building their societies. As they thrived, the gods kept watch over them from Asgard, guiding and influencing their development. The connection between gods and humans was a central theme in Norse mythology, with the gods often intervening in human affairs, providing wisdom, protection, and sometimes challenges. This close relationship between the divine and the mortal realms set the stage for the rich and complex interplay of stories that would define Norse mythological tradition. Odin, the chief of the Aesir gods, was not just a warrior, but also a seeker of profound wisdom. His relentless quest for knowledge led him to sacrifice greatly, including offering his eye to drink from Mimir's well. This well, located at the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, was a source of immense knowledge and wisdom. By drinking from it, Odin gained profound insights into the workings of the universe and the fate of the gods. Odin's wisdom was not just acquired through sacrifice. He also sought out the runes, magical symbols that held great power. To uncover their secrets, Odin hung himself from a branch of Yggdrasil for 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, without food or drink. This self-sacrifice allowed him to peer into the depths of the cosmos and understand the runes, granting him powerful knowledge that he shared with the other gods and humans. Odin's quest for wisdom demonstrated his commitment to understanding the deeper truths of existence and his willingness to endure great hardship for the benefit of all. Odin's accumulation of knowledge and his strategic foresight made him a revered figure among the gods and humans alike. He was known for his ability to foresee events, including the coming of Ragnarok, and he used his wisdom to prepare for the inevitable end and rebirth of the world. His actions and sacrifices underscored the importance of wisdom and foresight in Norse mythology, shaping the destiny of gods and men. Thor, the mighty god of thunder, was one of the most beloved and powerful gods in Norse mythology. Known for his immense strength and fierce courage, Thor wielded the magical hammer, Mjolnir, which had the power to crush mountains and defeat giants. Mjolnir was not only a weapon of destruction, but also a symbol of protection, used to bless marriages and births, ensuring prosperity and safety. Thor's adventures were numerous and filled with feats of heroism. He traveled across the realms in his chariot, pulled by 2 goats, Tangrisnir and Tangstar, always ready to defend Asgard and Midgard from threats. One of his most famous journeys was to the land of the giants, Jotunheim, where he sought to confront the giant king, Utgard-Loki. During this journey, Thor faced numerous challenges designed to test his strength and wits, including a drinking contest and a wrestling match with an old woman, both of which turned out to be illusions created by Utgard-Loki to humble the god. Despite the trickery, Thor's determination and bravery shone through, reinforcing his reputation as a formidable protector of the gods and humans. His hammer Mjolnir became a symbol of divine strength and protection, revered by warriors and common folk alike. Thor's stories exemplified the virtues of courage, loyalty, and the relentless fight against chaos and evil, making him a central figure in the Norse pantheon. Freyja, the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility, was one of the most enchanting deities in Norse mythology. She was known for her captivating beauty and her magical necklace, Brisingamen, which was said to enhance her allure. The story of how Freyja acquired Brisingamen is one of intrigue and desire. The necklace was crafted by 4 dwarven brothers who were master jewelers. When Freyja saw the necklace, she was struck by its beauty and desired it above all else. She offered the dwarves gold and silver, but they refused, asking instead that she spend a night with each of them. Freyja, driven by her longing for the necklace, agreed to their terms. After 4 nights, she acquired Brisingamen, which became one of her most prized possessions. Freyja's role extended beyond her beauty and charm. She was also a fierce warrior and a practitioner of cider, a form of magic associated with prophecy and fate. She rode a chariot pulled by 2 cats and had a cloak of falcon feathers that allowed her to fly between the worlds. Freyja's dual nature as both a lover and a fighter made her a complex and powerful figure in Norse mythology. Her stories often revolved around themes of love, desire, and the pursuit of what one values most. Freyja's necklace, Brisingamen, became a symbol of her indomitable will and her willingness to make sacrifices for what she cherished. Her tales illustrate the depth and complexity of the Norse gods, highlighting their human-like desires and the powerful emotions that drive them. Loki, the trickster god, was known for his cunning and mischief. His actions often caused trouble for the gods, but he also had a knack for getting them out of difficult situations. Loki's stories are filled with clever schemes and humorous exploits, making him one of the most intriguing figures in Norse mythology. One famous tale involves Loki cutting off the hair of Sif, Thor's wife. Sif's golden hair was a symbol of fertility and beauty, and Thor was furious when he discovered what Loki had done. To avoid Thor's wrath, Loki promised to replace Sif's hair with something even more beautiful. He went to the dwarves, who were renowned for their craftsmanship, and commissioned them to create a new head of hair for Sif. The dwarves crafted hair from pure gold, which not only restored Sif's beauty, but also grew like natural hair. In addition to Sif's hair, Loki managed to procure other magical items from the dwarves, including Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, Odin's spear Gungnir, and Freyr's ship Skidbladnir. Each of these items had powerful properties and became iconic symbols of their respective owners. Despite his mischief, Loki's actions often resulted in the gods gaining valuable treasures and weapons. Loki's trickery and unpredictable nature made him both a beloved and feared character among the gods. His tales serve as reminders of the complexity of the gods and the fine line between chaos and order. Loki's cunning and resourcefulness highlight the importance of wit and intelligence in overcoming challenges, even if his methods were not always honorable. The death of Balder, the beloved god of light and purity, is one of the most tragic stories in Norse mythology. Balder was loved by all the gods for his beauty, wisdom, and fairness. However, he began to have ominous dreams foretelling his own death. Troubled by these visions, his mother, Frigg, made every object in the world swear an oath not to harm Balder. All but one, the mistletoe, which Frigg thought too insignificant to ask. Loki, ever the trickster, discovered this oversight and crafted a dart from the mistletoe. During a gathering where the gods were joyfully throwing objects at Balder, knowing they would not harm him, Loki handed the mistletoe dart to Balder's blind brother, Hoder. Unknowingly, Hoder threw the dart, striking Balder and killing him instantly. The gods were devastated, and the joy of Asgard turned to mourning. Odin sent Hermod, another of his sons, to Hel, the realm of the dead, to plead for Balder's return. Hel, the goddess of the underworld, agreed to release Balder on one condition: every being in the world must weep for him. The gods spread the word, and soon all creation was weeping for Balder. However, Loki, disguised as a giantess named Thok, refused to shed a tear, ensuring that Balder remained in the underworld. Balder's death was a significant event, foreshadowing the coming of Ragnarok, the end of the world. His story underscores themes of love, loss, and the inevitability of fate. Balder's purity and the gods' deep sorrow at his loss highlight the fragility of goodness and the profound impact of betrayal. Freyr, the god of fertility, prosperity, and fair weather, was also known for his love story with the giantess Gerd. Freyr saw Gerd from afar and was instantly smitten by her beauty. However, Gerd was a giantess, and giants were often enemies of the gods. Despite this, Freyr was determined to win her love. Freyr sent his servant, Skirnir, to court Gerd on his behalf. Skirnir offered Gerd many gifts, including golden apples and Draupnir, Odin's magical ring, but she refused them all. Undeterred, Skirnir resorted to threats and incantations, invoking dark magic to persuade Gerd. Eventually, she agreed to marry Freyr, but her consent came at a price. Freyr had given away his magical sword, which fought on its own, to Skirnir as part of the bargain. Without his sword, Freyr was defenseless, a significant disadvantage when Ragnarok arrived. Nonetheless, Freyr's love for Gerd prevailed, and they were united in marriage. Their union symbolized the harmony between opposing forces and the power of love to bridge even the greatest divides. Freyr's sacrifice of his sword for love highlights themes of sacrifice and the complex interplay between personal desires and greater consequences. His story with Gerd is a testament to the lengths one will go for love and the challenges faced in pursuing what one cherishes most. Heimdall, the vigilant guardian of Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, was tasked with watching over the entrance to Asgard. Heimdall possessed extraordinary senses, able to see for hundreds of miles and hear the grass growing. He was ever watchful, ensuring that no enemy could enter Asgard undetected. Heimdall's vigilance was crucial in the defense of Asgard against the giants. His horn, Gjallarhorn, could be heard throughout all the realms, and he would blow it to alert the gods of any impending danger. Heimdall's keen senses and unwavering dedication made him an exemplary guardian, symbolizing the importance of vigilance and duty. One of Heimdall's most notable roles was his anticipated clash with Loki during Ragnarok. It was foretold that Heimdall and Loki would face each other in a final battle, leading to mutual destruction. This prophecy underscored the deep-seated enmity between the two figures, representing the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Heimdall's role as the guardian of Bifrost exemplified his commitment to protecting Asgard and maintaining the balance between the realms. His story highlights the virtues of vigilance, loyalty, and the readiness to confront inevitable destiny, embodying the constant watchfulness required to safeguard peace and order. Thor, known for his immense strength and valor, undertook numerous journeys to prove his might and protect Asgard from various threats. One of his most famous adventures was his journey to the land of the giants, Jotunheim, accompanied by Loki and the giant Thialfi. During their travels, they encountered several challenges designed to test Thor's strength and cunning. One such challenge was a drinking contest with the giant king. Another challenge involved lifting a giant cat, which Thor could barely manage to lift off the ground. In reality, the cat was the Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, which encircles the world. Thor's final challenge was a Utgard Loki. Thor was given a horn to drink from, but no matter how much he drank, the level never seemed to decrease. Unbeknownst to Thor, the other end of the horn was connected to the sea, making it an impossible task. Wrestling match with an old woman named Ellie, who he could not defeat. Ellie was, in fact, old age, an unbeatable opponent. Despite these illusions and tricks, Thor's determination and bravery were evident. Although he did not win the contests, his efforts impressed Utgard Loki, who revealed the true nature of the challenges before sending Thor and his companions back to Asgard. Thor's journey to Jotunheim showcased his relentless spirit and the respect he earned from both gods and giants. His adventures emphasized the themes of strength, perseverance, and the value of facing challenges head-on, no matter how insurmountable they may seem. Odin, the All-Father, was always in pursuit of greater knowledge and understanding. One of his most significant discoveries was the runes, ancient symbols that held immense power and wisdom. The story of how Odin acquired the knowledge of the runes is a tale of sacrifice and perseverance. To gain the secrets of the runes, Odin hung himself from a branch of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, for 9 days and nights. He was pierced by his own spear, Gungnir, and denied any food or drink during this time. This act of self-sacrifice was a test of his endurance and commitment to acquiring knowledge. On the 9th night, the runes revealed themselves to Odin, granting him profound wisdom and magical abilities. The runes were more than just symbols. They were keys to understanding the cosmos and wielding powerful magic. Odin used this knowledge to guide the gods and humans, teaching them the use of runes for divination, healing, and protection. The runes became an integral part of Norse culture, deeply embedded in their language, art, and rituals. Odin's discovery of the runes highlights the value of sacrifice and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. His willingness to endure great pain and hardship for the sake of wisdom underscores the belief that true understanding comes at a cost. Odin's story serves as a reminder of the importance of seeking knowledge and the transformative power it holds. Loki, the shape-shifting trickster god, had several children, each with a significant role in Norse mythology. His offspring were not ordinary beings, but formidable creatures that would play crucial parts in the events leading up to and during Ragnarok. Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, was one of Loki's most fearsome children. The gods, aware of the threat he posed, decided to bind him with a magical chain called Gleipnir. Fenrir was initially skeptical and demanded one of the gods place their hand in his mouth as a sign of trust. Tyr, the brave god of war, volunteered, and when Fenrir realized he was tricked and could not break free, he bit off Tyr's hand. Fenrir's binding foreshadowed his eventual role in Ragnarok, where he would break free and wreak havoc upon the gods. Another of Loki's children was Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, destined to encircle the world. Jormungandr's immense size and strength made him a constant threat to Thor, the god of thunder. Their encounters were legendary, with the final battle between Thor and Jormungandr prophesied to occur during Ragnarok, resulting in mutual destruction. Hel, Loki's daughter, was given dominion over the underworld, where she ruled over the dead. Hel's realm was a place where souls that did not die in battle resided. Her cold and forbidding nature made her a daunting figure in Norse mythology, embodying the inescapable fate of death. The stories of Loki's children illustrate the complexity of his legacy and the pivotal roles his offspring played in the cosmic order. Each of these beings contributed to the overarching narrative of Norse mythology, emphasizing themes of fate, prophecy, and the interconnectedness of all beings. Ullr, the god of winter, hunting, and archery, was a lesser-known but important deity in Norse mythology. Known for his skill with a bow and his ability to traverse the snowy landscapes on skis, Ullr was a formidable figure associated with survival and prowess in the harsh winter environment. Ullr's bow, a symbol of his exceptional marksmanship, was renowned throughout the realms. He was often called upon during the winter months when his skills were most needed. Ullr was also a god of oaths and was invoked in matters of honor and justice, with his presence believed to ensure fairness and truth. One notable tale involves Ullr's prowess in a contest of skill. During a great feast, the gods decided to hold a competition to determine the best archer. Ullr, confident in his abilities, participated and demonstrated remarkable accuracy and speed. He easily outmatched his competitors, securing his reputation as the greatest archer among the gods. Ullr's association with skiing and hunting made him a protector of those who relied on these skills for survival. His blessings were sought by hunters and warriors, and his name was invoked in times of need. Ullr's story highlights the importance of skill, precision, and the ability to thrive in challenging conditions. His role in the pantheon, though not as prominent as some, was crucial in the context of survival and justice. Thor's battles with Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, are among the most epic confrontations in Norse mythology. Jormungandr, the enormous serpent that encircled Midgard, was a constant threat to the gods and humans alike. Thor, the protector of Asgard and Midgard, often sought to defeat this monstrous creature. One of their most famous encounters occurred during Thor's journey to the land of the giants. Disguised as a young boy, Thor went fishing with the giant Hymir. Using an ox's head as bait, Thor cast his line into the sea and hooked Jormungandr. The serpent thrashed violently, causing the sea to boil, but Thor held fast, determined to pull the beast from the depths. Just as he was about to strike the killing blow with his hammer, Mjolnir Heimer, terrified by the sight, cut the line, allowing Jormungandr to escape back into the ocean. This encounter foreshadowed the final battle between Thor and Jormungandr at Ragnarok. It was prophesied that during Ragnarok, Thor would face the Midgard serpent in a deadly duel. They would fight fiercely, and although Thor would succeed in slaying Jormungandr, he would succumb to the serpent's venom and die shortly after. Thor's ongoing struggle with Jormungandr symbolizes the eternal battle between order and chaos. The Midgard serpent representing the forces of destruction, and disorder was a constant adversary to Thor's protective and stabilizing role. Their battles highlight the themes of bravery, perseverance, and the ultimate sacrifice in the fight to maintain balance and protect the cosmos. Idun, the goddess of youth and rejuvenation, was the keeper of the golden apples that granted the gods their immortality. Her apples were essential for maintaining the gods' youth and vitality, and without them, the gods would age and weaken. Idun's role as the guardian of these precious fruits made her a crucial figure in Norse mythology. One day, Loki, coerced by the giant Thjazi, lured Idun out of Asgard by promising her even more beautiful apples in a nearby forest. As soon as she left the safety of Asgard, Thjazi, in the form of an eagle, swooped down and abducted her, taking her to his fortress in Jotunheim. With Idun gone, the gods began to age and weaken, realizing the gravity of their loss. The gods confronted Loki, demanding that he rescue Idun and restore their youth. Loki, fearing the wrath of the gods, agreed to the task. He borrowed Freya's falcon cloak, which allowed him to fly, and set off for Jotunheim. Upon reaching Thjazi's fortress, Loki transformed Idun into a nut and carried her back to Asgard. Thjazi, enraged by Idun's escape, pursued Loki in eagle form. The gods, seeing Loki and Thjazi approach, built a large bonfire at the gates of Asgard. As Loki crossed the threshold, the gods ignited the fire, causing Thjazi's wings to catch ablaze and fall to the ground, where he was swiftly killed by the gods. Idun's return and the restoration of the golden apples rejuvenated the gods, ensuring their continued strength and immortality. The story of Idun and her golden apples underscores the themes of rejuvenation, the importance of life-giving sustenance, and the lengths to which the gods would go to protect their vitality and existence. Odin, known for his wisdom and foresight, was deeply involved in the fate of the Volsung clan, a legendary lineage of heroes. Odin's influence is evident in the saga of the Volsungs, particularly through his interactions with their patriarch, Volsung, and his descendants. Volsung's son, Sigmund, was a key figure in this saga. Odin, disguised as an old man, appeared during the marriage feast of Sigmund's sister, Signy. He thrust a sword in two. The trunk of the Branstock, a mighty tree that stood in the center of Volsung's hall. Odin declared that only the one worthy of the sword could draw it from the tree. Many tried, but only Sigmund succeeded, pulling the sword free with ease. This sword, named Gram, became a symbol of Sigmund's strength and destiny. Sigmund's son, Sigurd, continued the legacy of the Volsungs. With Odin's guidance and the reforged sword Gram, Sigurd undertook a heroic quest to slay the dragon Fafnir. Odin's presence and influence were crucial in shaping the path of the Volsung heroes, guiding them through trials and battles that would cement their place in legend. The Volsung saga is filled with themes of heroism, destiny, and the interplay between divine influence and human courage. Odin's involvement highlights the connection between the gods and mortal heroes, demonstrating how divine, Intervention can shape the course of human history and elevate individuals to legendary status. Sigurd, the greatest of the Volsung heroes, is renowned for his slaying of the dragon Fafnir. Fafnir, originally a dwarf prince, was transformed into a fearsome dragon after hoarding a cursed treasure. The treasure, cursed by Andvari, a dwarf whom Loki had tricked, brought misfortune to all who possessed it. Guided by Odin and armed with the reforged sword Gram, Sigurd sought out Fafnir's lair. With the help of Regin, Fafnir's brother, who sought revenge, Sigurd dug a pit in the dragon's path. As Fafnir slithered over the pit to drink from a nearby river, Sigurd plunged Gram into the dragon's heart, killing him. After slaying Fafnir, Sigurd tasted the dragon's blood, which granted him the ability to understand the language of birds. He heard birds warning him of Regin's treachery, as Regin planned to kill Sigurd and take the treasure for himself. Forewarned, Sigurd killed Regin and claimed the treasure for himself. The story of Sigurd and Fafnir is one of bravery, wisdom, and the tragic consequences of greed. Sigurd's heroism and the lessons he learned from his encounter with the dragon highlight the complexities of heroism and the intertwining of fate and free will in Norse mythology. Brynhild, a Valkyrie and a shield maiden, is central to one of the most poignant love stories in Norse mythology. Brynhild was a fierce and independent warrior, favored by Odin. However, after disobeying Odin's command, she was punished and placed in a deep sleep, surrounded by a ring of fire, until a hero would awaken her. That hero was Sigurd. After slaying Fafnir and acquiring the dragon's treasure, Sigurd came upon Brynhild's resting place. He bravely crossed the ring of fire and awakened her with a kiss. The two fell deeply in love, and Sigurd promised to marry her. However, fate and deceit conspired against them. Sigurd was given a potion that made him forget Brynhild and fall in love with Gudrun. He later unwittingly played a part in tricking Brynhild into marrying Gudrun's brother, Gunnar, by disguising himself as Gunnar to cross the flames once again. When Brynhild discovered the betrayal, her sorrow and rage led to tragic consequences. Feeling deeply wronged, she orchestrated Sigurd's murder. Overwhelmed by grief and regret after Sigurd's death, Brynhild took her own life, requesting to be burned on the same pyre as Sigurd. The story of Brynhild and Sigurd is a tale of love, betrayal, and tragic fate. It highlights the powerful emotions and complex relationships that drive the narratives in Norse mythology, illustrating the inevitable interplay of destiny and human actions. Freyja, the goddess of love and beauty, also had a deep connection with humanity. One of her most touching stories involves her aid to Otter, a mortal who sought to discover his ancestry. Otter was a devout worshipper of Freyja, and he built a shrine in her honor, often making sacrifices to gain her favor. In response to his devotion, Freyja agreed to help him. She transformed Otter into her boar, Hildisvini, and together they traveled to the realm of the dead to consult the seeress Hyndla. Freyja persuaded Hyndla to reveal Otter's lineage, tracing his ancestry back to the gods and legendary heroes. Throughout the journey, Freyja protected Otter and used her powers to ensure Hyndla's cooperation. This tale showcases Freyja's compassionate and nurturing side, demonstrating her willingness to aid her followers and reward their devotion. Freyja's story with Otter highlights the close relationship between gods and humans in Norse mythology. It emphasizes the themes of loyalty, divine intervention, and the importance of understanding one's heritage. Freyja's actions underscore her role as a protector and benefactor of mankind, capable of bridging the gap between the mortal and divine realms. Loki's tricks often brought chaos, but they also led to some of the most interesting tales in Norse mythology. One such story involves Loki and a giant bull. The gods needed a strong wall to protect Asgard from their enemies, and a giant offered to build it in exchange for the sun, the moon, and Freya's hand in marriage. The gods reluctantly agreed, but set a seemingly impossible deadline for the giant to complete the wall. To their surprise, the giant made rapid progress with the help of his powerful stallion, Svadilfari. Fearing they would have to pay the price, the gods turned to Loki for help. Loki transformed himself into a beautiful mare to distract Svadilfari. The stallion, entranced by Loki's disguise, chased the mare into the forest, disrupting the giant's work. As a result, the giant could not complete the wall on time, and the gods refused to pay him. Enraged, the giant revealed his true form as a frost giant, and Thor swiftly killed him with his hammer, Mjolnir. Loki's trickery did not end there. As a result of his transformation, he later gave birth to an 8-legged horse named Sleipnir, who became Odin's trusted steed. This story exemplifies Loki's dual nature, causing trouble but also providing solutions that benefited the gods. The tale of Loki and the giant bull showcases themes of deception, ingenuity, and the unforeseen consequences of trickery. Loki's actions, while often disruptive, played a crucial role in the protection and advancement of the gods' interests, highlighting the complex interplay between mischief and heroism in Norse mythology. Heimdall, known as the Watchman of the Gods, also played a significant role in the creation of human classes. According to the myth, Heimdall, disguised as a mortal named Rig, traveled through Midgard and visited 3 different households, each representing different social classes. First, he visited the humble home of Ai and Edda, who were poor and lived a simple life. After spending 3 nights with them, Edda gave birth to a son named Thrall, who became the ancestor of the serfs and laborers. Thrall's descendants were known for their strength and hard work, embodying the lower class. Next, Heimdall visited the home of Afi and Amma, a middle-class couple. After 3 nights, Emma gave birth to a son named Karl, who became the progenitor of the free farmers and craftsmen. Karl's descendants represented the middle class, known for their skill and industriousness. Finally, Heimdall visited the wealthy home of Fader and Moder. After 3 nights, Moder gave birth to a son named Jarl, who became the ancestor of the noble class. Jarl's descendants were characterized by their leadership, bravery, and wisdom, forming the upper class of warriors and rulers. Through this journey, Heimdall established the social hierarchy of humanity, each class with its own distinct role and virtues. The story of Rig emphasizes the Norse belief in the importance of social order and the divine origin of the different classes. Heimdall's role as Rig underscores his significance as a guardian not only of the gods, but also of human society. Loki, known for his mischievous nature, once stole a pair of magical shoes that allowed the wearer to travel swiftly across land and sea. These shoes belonged to a giant who used them to traverse great distances quickly. Loki, always seeking to stir up trouble, decided to take the shoes for himself. However, the theft of the shoes led to unforeseen consequences. The giant, enraged by the loss, began wreaking havoc across the realms in his search for the culprit. The gods, realizing that Loki's actions had once again caused chaos, demanded that he return the shoes and make amends. Loki, reluctant but understanding the gravity of the situation, set out to retrieve the shoes. He used his cunning to track down the giant, and through a series of clever tricks, managed to reclaim the shoes without engaging in direct conflict. Once the shoes were returned, the giant ceased his rampage, restoring peace to the realms. The story of Loki and the magical shoes highlights the trickster's dual role in Norse mythology. While his actions often led to trouble, his cleverness and resourcefulness also allowed him to resolve the very problems he created. Loki's adventures with the stolen shoes illustrate the themes of cunning, restitution, and the delicate balance between mischief and resolution. The defense of Asgard, the realm of the gods, was a constant concern for the Aesir. One of the most significant threats came from the giants, who are always seeking ways to breach the defenses of the gods. The gods, aware of this threat, fortified Asgard with high walls and watchful guardians. During one particularly dangerous time, a giant disguised as a skilled mason offered to rebuild the walls of Asgard to make them impenetrable. In return, he demanded the sun, the moon, and Freyja as his reward. The gods, believing the task impossible to complete within the agreed time frame, accepted his offer. However, the giant made rapid progress with the help of his powerful stallion, Svadilfari. As the deadline approached and the walls neared completion, the gods grew anxious. They turned to Loki for a solution, who then distracted Svadilfari by transforming into a mare, leading the stallion away from the worksite. This delay ensured that the giant could not finish the walls on time. When the giant revealed his true form in anger, Thor swiftly intervened and killed him with his mighty hammer, Mjolnir. The walls of Asgard remained strong, and the gods retained their prized possessions. The defense of Asgard against the giants underscores the ongoing battle between order and chaos in Norse mythology. The gods' vigilance and readiness to defend their realm, along with Loki's cunning interventions, highlight the themes of protection, loyalty, and the constant struggle to maintain balance in the cosmos. The war between the Aesir and Vanir gods, known as the Aesir-Vanir War, was a significant conflict in Norse mythology. The Vanir, associated with fertility and prosperity, were initially at odds with the Aesir, who were linked to war and power. The war began due to a series of misunderstandings and acts of aggression between the two groups. The conflict raged for a long time, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Realizing the futility of their struggle, the gods decided to call a truce and exchange hostages to ensure peace. The Vanir sent Njord and his children, Freyr and Freyja, to live with the Aesir, while the Aesir sent Honor and Mimir to the Vanir. This exchange helped to solidify the peace between the two groups. Njord, Freyr, and Freyja were warmly welcomed in Asgard and became prominent members of the Aesir pantheon. Freyr and Freyja, in particular, brought their gifts of fertility and prosperity, enriching the lives of the Aesir. The truce also led to the blending of the two cultures and the sharing of knowledge and practices. The war and subsequent peace treaty exemplified the themes of reconciliation, cooperation, and the benefits of unity. The Aesir-Vanir War highlighted the importance of finding common ground and working together to achieve harmony and prosperity, even among powerful and seemingly opposed factions. Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world, was a series of catastrophic events that would lead to the destruction and subsequent rebirth of the cosmos. The beginning of Ragnarok was marked by a series of ominous signs, including the Fimbulwinter, a harsh and unending winter that lasted for 3 years with no summer in between. During this time, conflicts and wars broke out across Midgard, leading to widespread chaos and the breakdown of all social and moral order. Brothers fought against brothers, and all bonds of kinship and loyalty were severed. Natural disasters such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions further contributed to the world's devastation. As these events unfolded, the gods prepared for the final battle. Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, blew his horn, Challarhorn, to alert the Aesir of the impending doom. The gods gathered their forces, knowing that they would face their ultimate enemies in a battle that would determine the fate of the universe. Mythology illustrates the belief in the eternal nature of the cosmos and the enduring resilience of life. The new world, born from the ashes of the old, represents a fresh beginning, where the mistakes of the past can be rectified and a more harmonious existence can be achieved. The rebirth of the world after Ragnarok highlights the themes of renewal, resilience, and the perpetual cycle of creation and destruction. It serves as a reminder that even in the face of catastrophic endings, there is always the potential for new beginnings and the hope for a better future. Odin's relentless pursuit of wisdom and knowledge is a central theme in Norse mythology. His quest often involved great personal sacrifice and demonstrated the lengths to which he would go to gain insight and understanding. One of the most significant examples of Odin's sacrifice for wisdom is his quest to drink from Mimir's well. Mimir, the guardian of the well, demanded a high price for a drink from its waters, Odin's eye. Without hesitation, Odin gouged out his eye and placed it in the well, gaining the wisdom and foresight needed to lead the gods and prepare for the challenges of the future. Another example is Odin's discovery of the runes. To learn the secrets of these powerful symbols, Odin hung himself from a branch of Yggdrasil, the world tree, for 9 days and nights, pierced by his own spear, Gungnir. During this time, he was denied food and drink, enduring immense pain and suffering. On the 9th night, the runes revealed themselves to him, granting him profound magical knowledge and power. Odin's sacrifices highlight the value of wisdom and the belief that true knowledge often comes at a great cost. His relentless pursuit of understanding and his willingness to endure hardship for the sake of wisdom underscore the importance of foresight and the pursuit of knowledge in Norse mythology. Odin's actions serve as a reminder that the quest for wisdom is a noble and challenging endeavor, essential for leadership and the preservation of order. Thor's bravery and strength are central themes in his numerous adventures. His stories often emphasize the importance of courage, resilience, and the willingness to face overwhelming odds for the greater good. One notable tale of Thor's courage involves his journey to the land of the giants, Jotunheim, to retrieve his stolen hammer, Mjolnir. The giant Thrym had stolen Mjolnir and demanded Freyja as his bride in exchange for its return. To outwit the giant, Thor disguised himself as Freyja and attended the wedding feast in Jotunheim. Despite the ridicule and danger, Thor maintained his disguise until he could reclaim Mjolnir. Once he had the hammer in his hands, he revealed his true identity and defeated Thrym and the giants, restoring order and reclaiming his weapon. Another story showcasing Thor's valor is his battle with the Midgard serpent, Jormungandr. During a fishing trip with the giant Hymir, Thor hooked the enormous serpent using an ox's head as bait. The struggle between Thor and Jormungandr was fierce, and just as Thor was about to strike the killing blow, Hymir, terrified by the sight, cut the line, allowing the serpent to escape. This encounter was a prelude to their final battle at Ragnarok, where Thor ultimately killed Jormungandr, but succumbed to the serpent's venom. Thor's tales highlight the virtues of bravery, strength, and the relentless pursuit of justice. His willingness to confront formidable foes and protect Asgard and Midgard from threats embodies the spirit of a true hero. Thor's courage serves as an inspiration, illustrating the importance of standing firm in the face of danger and fighting for what is right. Freyja, the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility, also embodies the transformative power of love and its ability to inspire acts of courage and sacrifice. Her stories often highlight the themes of love, devotion, and the lengths to which one will go for those they cherish. One poignant tale involving Freyja is her relentless search for her husband, Odr, who had disappeared. Consumed by grief and longing, Freyja traveled across the world, weeping tears of gold as she searched for him. Her devotion and love for Odr were so profound that her tears turned into precious metal, symbolizing the invaluable nature of true love. Despite the many challenges and dangers she faced, Freya's unwavering determination to find her beloved showcases the strength and resilience that love can inspire. Another story that highlights Freya's influence is the acquisition of her necklace, Brisingamen. Crafted for dwarves, Brisingamen was the most beautiful and precious necklace in existence. Freya desired it deeply and agreed to spend a night with each of the dwarves in exchange for the necklace. Her willingness to make such a sacrifice for the sake of beauty and desire reflects the powerful emotions and drives associated with love and attraction. Freya's tales illustrate the dual nature of love, its ability to bring both joy and sorrow, and its capacity to drive individuals to extraordinary lengths. Her stories emphasize the importance of love and devotion, highlighting how these powerful emotions can inspire acts of bravery, sacrifice, and transformation. Freya's role as the goddess of love and beauty underscores the belief in the transformative and redemptive power of love in Norse mythology. Loki, the trickster god, is a complex figure whose actions often bring both chaos and resolution. His stories serve as cautionary tales about the consequences of deceit, trickery, and the thin line between mischief and malice. One of the most famous tales of Loki's trickery involves his role in the death of Balder. Loki, jealous of Balder's invulnerability, discovered that the mistletoe was the only thing that could harm him. He crafted a dart from mistletoe and tricked Balder's blind brother, Hoder, into throwing it at Balder, resulting in the beloved god's death. This act of deceit had profound consequences, plunging Asgard into mourning and setting off a chain of events leading to Ragnarok. Another story of Loki's tricks involves his involvement in the building of Asgard's walls. To delay the completion of the walls and avoid paying the agreed-upon price to the giant builder, Loki transformed into a mare and lured away the giant stallion, Svadilfari. This caused the giant to fail in his task, revealing his true form and leading to his demise at the hands of Thor. While Loki's actions saved Asgard, they also brought unforeseen consequences, as Loki later gave birth to Sleipnir, Odin's eight-legged horse. Loki's tales often reflect the consequences of his actions, both intended and unintended. His cleverness and resourcefulness are tempered by the chaos and harm he frequently causes. Loki's stories serve as reminders of the potential dangers of deceit and the importance of considering the broader impact of one's actions. They highlight the delicate balance between mischief and malice and the complex nature of the trickster archetype in Norse mythology. Balder, the god of light and purity, is often seen as a symbol of goodness and innocence in Norse mythology. His life and death underscore the themes of purity, sacrifice, and the impact of goodness in a world often filled with conflict and strife. Balder's most notable story is his death, which came about through the deceit of Loki. Despite being invulnerable to all threats except mistletoe, Balder's death was a devastating blow to the gods and a harbinger of Ragnarok. The gods mourned his loss deeply, and his death was seen as a tragic reminder of the vulnerability of even the purest beings. Balder's role in Norse mythology extends beyond his death. He was beloved by all for his fairness, wisdom, and beauty. His presence brought joy and light to Asgard, and he was often associated with peace and reconciliation. Balder's purity and goodness made him a central figure in many myths, symbolizing the ideal qualities that the gods and humans aspired to. The impact of Balder's life and death is profound, highlighting the importance of purity and goodness in a world often dominated by darker forces. His story serves as a reminder of the value of innocence and the profound loss felt when such purity is extinguished. Balder's legacy continues to inspire, emphasizing the enduring power of light and goodness, even in the face of inevitable darkness. Freyr, the god of fertility and prosperity, is also remembered for his ultimate sacrifice for love. His marriage to the giantess Gerd is a tale of devotion, sacrifice, and the enduring power of love. Freyr first saw Gerd from afar and was instantly captivated by her beauty. He fell deeply in love with her, but as a giantess, Gerd was from a race often at odds with the gods. Despite the obstacles, Freyr was determined to win her heart. He sent his servant Skirnir to court Gerd on his behalf. Skirnir offered Gerd many gifts, but she refused them all. In desperation, Skirnir threatened her with dark magic, and Gerd finally agreed to marry Freyr. However, Freyr's love for Gerd came at a great cost. In his eagerness to win her love, Freyr gave away his magical sword, which fought on its own. Without this sword, Freyr was defenseless, a significant disadvantage when Ragnarok arrived. Despite this, Freyr's love for Gerd prevailed, and they were united in marriage. Freyr's story highlights the themes of sacrifice and the power of love to overcome even the greatest divides. His willingness to give up his most valuable possession for the sake of love underscores the depth of his devotion. Freyr's tale is a testament to the transformative power of love and the sacrifices one is willing to make for it. It also serves as a reminder of the complex interplay between personal desires and the greater consequences that come with them. Heimdall, the ever-watchful guardian of Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, embodies the virtues of vigilance and duty. His role as the sentinel of Asgard highlights the importance of constant vigilance in protecting the realm from external threats. Heimdall's exceptional senses allowed him to see for hundreds of miles and hear the faintest sounds, such as the grass growing or the wool growing on sheep. These abilities made him the perfect guardian, always alert and ready to defend Asgard. Heimdall's primary duty was to watch for the approach of enemies, particularly the giants, and to blow his horn, Gjallarhorn, to alert the gods of impending danger. Heimdall's vigilance was crucial in maintaining the security of Asgard. His unwavering dedication to his duty ensured that no threat went unnoticed. Heimdall's readiness to face danger was most evident during Ragnarok, where he was foretold to confront Loki in a final battle. This confrontation symbolized the ultimate struggle between order and chaos, with Heimdall's steadfast vigilance representing the forces of order. Heimdall's story emphasizes the importance of vigilance and the constant effort required to safeguard peace and security. His dedication to his duty serves as an inspiration, highlighting the virtues of loyalty, alertness, and the readiness to confront inevitable challenges. Heimdall's role in Norse mythology underscores the significance of guardianship and the perpetual watch needed to protect what is valuable. Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, is one of the most iconic and significant elements in Norse mythology. It serves as the connection between Asgard, the realm of the gods, and Midgard, the realm of humans. Bifrost is more than just a physical bridge. It symbolizes the link between the divine and mortal worlds, facilitating interaction and communication between them. Guarded by Heimdall, Bifrost is depicted as a shimmering, multicolored bridge that stretches across the sky. Its beauty and strength are renowned, but it is also a vulnerable point of entry that must be constantly watched to prevent enemies from invading Asgard. The bridge's construction and maintenance highlight the importance of maintaining connections and the balance between different realms. Bifrost's significance is underscored during Ragnarok, when it is foretold that the bridge will be destroyed as the giants march towards Asgard. This destruction marks the breakdown of the connection between the gods and humans, symbolizing the chaos and disorder that Ragnarok brings. The eventual rebuilding of the bridge after Ragnarok represents the restoration of order and the reestablishment of the link between the divine and mortal worlds. The story of Bifrost emphasizes the themes of connection, balance, and the fragility of the links that bind different realms together. It highlights the importance of maintaining these connections and the role they play in ensuring harmony and cooperation between gods and humans. Bifrost's enduring legacy in Norse mythology underscores its symbolic significance as a bridge between worlds and a conduit for divine interaction. Yggdrasil, the world tree, is a central element in Norse mythology, representing the interconnectedness of all life and the cosmos. This immense ash tree stands at the center of the universe, with its roots and branches extending into various realms, including Asgard, Midgard, and the underworld. Yggdrasil's branches stretch out over all 9 realms, providing a cosmic structure that connects different worlds. Its roots delve deep into the Well of Erd, guarded by the Norns, who weave the fates of all beings. Another root reaches the Well of Mimir, the source of wisdom, while a third root extends into Niflheim, near the spring of Erdgelmir, from which all rivers flow. The world tree is a symbol of life, growth, and the cyclical nature of existence. It provides sustenance to various creatures, including the dragon Nidhogg who gnaws at its roots, and the eagle perched on its branches. The squirrel Ratatoskr scurries up and down the tree, carrying messages and stirring conflict between the eagle and Nidhogg. Yggdrasil's significance is also highlighted during Ragnarok, where it is foretold that the tree will tremble and suffer, but ultimately survive, representing the endurance and resilience of life. The world tree's ability to withstand the cataclysmic events of Ragnarok and continue to support the cosmos underscores its role as a symbol of stability and continuity. The story of Yggdrasil emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things and the delicate balance that sustains the universe. It highlights the themes of resilience, continuity, and the cyclical nature of life, demonstrating the enduring power of the world tree as a central element in Norse mythology. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, is one of the most powerful and iconic symbols in Norse mythology. Mjolnir, meaning crusher or grinder, is a magical weapon that Thor wields to protect Asgard and Midgard from giants and other threats. The hammer is renowned for its destructive power, capable of leveling mountains with a single blow, and always returns to Thor's hand after being thrown. Mjolnir's creation is a fascinating tale involving Loki's mischief. After cutting off Sif's hair, Loki promised to replace it with something even more beautiful. He sought the help of the dwarves, who crafted not only Sif's new golden hair, but also Mjolnir, Odin's spear Gungnir, and Freyr's ship Skidbladnir. The hammer, though initially flawed with a short handle due to Loki's interference, became Thor's most prized possession. Mjolnir is more than just a weapon. It is also a symbol of protection and blessings. Thor uses the hammer to consecrate marriages, births, and other significant events, ensuring prosperity and safety. The hammer's association with thunder and lightning further underscores Thor's role as the god of storms and the protector of the natural order. The significance of Mjolnir is highlighted in various myths, such as Thor's journey to retrieve his stolen hammer from the giant Thrym. Disguised as Freyja, Thor attended the giant's wedding feast, and upon reclaiming Mjolnir, revealed his true identity and defeated Thrym and his kin. This story exemplifies the themes of strength, protection, and the importance of reclaiming and safeguarding what is valuable. Mjolnir's enduring legacy in Norse mythology underscores its symbolic power as a tool of both destruction and blessing. It represents the dual nature of Thor as both a warrior and a protector, highlighting the importance of strength, courage, and the protection of one's realm and loved ones. Odin's spear, Gungnir, is a powerful weapon and symbol of authority in Norse mythology. Crafted by the skilled dwarves, Gungnir is a spear that never misses its mark, embodying precision and deadly accuracy. It is often associated with Odin's role as the god of war, wisdom, and leadership. Gungnir's creation, like that of Mjolnir, involved Loki's intervention. To atone for his mischief, Loki commissioned the dwarves to create several magical items for the gods, including Gungnir. The spear's flawless craftsmanship and magical properties made it one of Odin's most cherished possessions. Odin's use of Gungnir is significant in various myths. During battles, he would hurl the spear over the heads of his enemies as a ritual to claim them as sacrifices to himself. This act symbolized Odin's control over life and death, emphasizing his authority and power in warfare. Gungnir also represents Odin's quest for knowledge and wisdom. The spear's precise aim and unerring accuracy reflect Odin's pursuit of truth and his ability to navigate the complexities of fate and destiny. Gungnir's association with sacrifice is further highlighted by Odin's willingness to endure great pain and loss in his relentless search for understanding, as seen in his self-sacrifice on Yggdrasil to gain the knowledge of the runes. The spear, Gungnir, serves as a powerful symbol of Odin's multifaceted nature. It embodies his roles as a warrior, a seeker of wisdom, and a leader. Gungnir's presence in Norse mythology underscores the themes of precision, authority, and the pursuit of knowledge, reflecting the complexities of Odin's character and his influence over the cosmos. Freyr's ship, Skidbladnir, is a marvel of craftsmanship and magic in Norse mythology. Created by the dwarves, Skidbladnir is the best of all ships, able to hold all the gods in their gear yet fold up small enough to fit in a pocket. This magical vessel is a symbol of abundance, prosperity, and the interconnectedness of the realms. Skidbladnir was crafted by the same dwarves who created Mjolnir and Gungnir, showcasing their unparalleled skill in creating items of immense power and utility. The ship's ability to navigate any sea and always find favorable winds made it an invaluable asset to Freyr, the god of fertility, prosperity, and fair weather. The ship's magical properties reflect Freyr's connection to nature and his role as a bringer of prosperity and abundance. Skidbladnir's ability to carry the gods across the seas symbolizes the interconnectedness of the realms and the importance of cooperation and unity among the gods. Skidbladnir's creation also underscores the themes of ingenuity and the transformative power of craftsmanship. The dwarves' ability to create such a versatile and powerful vessel highlights the significance of skill and creativity in Norse mythology. The ship serves as a reminder of the potential for magic and craftsmanship to enhance the gods' abilities and ensure their success in their endeavors. The story of Skidbladnir emphasizes the importance of resourcefulness, the blessings of nature, and the interconnectedness of the divine realms. Freyr's possession of this magical ship underscores his role as a provider of prosperity and a guardian of the natural world, reflecting the harmonious relationship between the gods and the forces of nature. Loki's magical shoes, which allowed him to fly, are another example of his cunning and resourcefulness in Norse mythology. These shoes enabled Loki to travel swiftly across great distances, both on land and through the air, making him one of the most agile and elusive figures among the gods. The shoes' origins are tied to Loki's various escapades and his need for quick escapes and rapid movement. Their ability to grant flight symbolizes Loki's freedom and his capacity to transcend boundaries, both physical and metaphysical. These shoes played a crucial role in many of Loki's adventures, allowing him to outmaneuver his enemies and execute his tricks with unparalleled speed. One notable story involving Loki's shoes is his journey to retrieve Idun and her golden apples from the giant Thasi. Disguised as a falcon, Loki used the shoes to fly to Thasi's fortress in Jotunheim, rescue Idun, and bring her back to Asgard. This act, while driven by self-preservation, also highlighted Loki's ability to solve problems and restore balance, albeit through unconventional means. Loki's shoes are a symbol of his adaptability and his talent for for navigating complex situations. They reflect his ability to move between worlds and roles, embodying the trickster's dual nature as both a problem maker and a problem solver. The shoes also emphasize the themes of freedom, movement, and the transformative power of magic in Norse mythology. The story of Loki's magical shoes highlights the importance of agility, quick thinking, and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Loki's resourcefulness and his use of the shoes to achieve his goals underscore the complex nature of his character and the multifaceted role he plays in the mythological narratives. Draupnir, Odin's magical ring, is a symbol of wealth, abundance, and the cyclical nature of life in Norse mythology. Crafted by the dwarves, Draupnir has the unique property of multiplying itself. Every 9th night, 8 new rings of equal weight and value drip from it. This endless generation of wealth reflects the themes of prosperity and the eternal cycle of creation and renewal. Draupnir was created alongside other powerful items like Mjolnir and Gungnir, showcasing the dwarves' unparalleled skill in crafting magical artifacts. The ring's ability to replicate itself made it a potent symbol of Odin's authority and his role as a god of wisdom and foresight. One significant story involving Draupnir is its use in the funeral of Odin's beloved son, Baldur. When Baldur was laid to rest on his funeral pyre, Odin placed Draupnir on the pyre as a tribute. This act symbolized the hope for Baldur's return and the continuation of life even in the face of death. Draupnir's connection to Baldur's funeral underscores its role as a symbol of renewal and the enduring nature of life. Draupnir's ability to generate endless wealth also highlights Odin's association with prosperity and the well-being of his people. The ring's cyclical nature reflects the Norse understanding of time and the belief in the constant interplay of creation and destruction. The story of Draupnir emphasizes the themes of abundance, continuity, and the eternal cycle of life. Odin's possession of this magical ring underscores his role as a guardian of wisdom and prosperity, reflecting the interconnectedness of wealth, power, and the natural order in Norse mythology. Asgard, the realm of the gods, is depicted as a place of splendor and majesty in Norse mythology. It is one of the 9 realms situated high in the heavens and connected to Midgard, the realm of humans, by the Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost. Asgard is the home of the Aesir gods, including Odin, Thor, Frigg, and many others who play central roles in the mythological narratives. Asgard is characterized by its magnificent palaces and halls, each belonging to different gods. Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, is one of the most famous structures in Asgard. It is where Odin gathers the souls of warriors who have died bravely in battle, preparing them for the final confrontation during Ragnarok. The warriors, known as the Einherjar, train and feast daily, living in eternal glory until they are called upon for the ultimate battle. The beauty and grandeur of Asgard are contrasted by the constant vigilance required to protect it from external threats, particularly from the giants. The walls of Asgard are fortified, and Heimdall stands guarded by Frost, ever watchful for signs of danger. This constant state of readiness underscores the themes of protection and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Asgard's significance extends beyond its physical beauty. It is a place of wisdom where Odin seeks knowledge and prophecy, and a center of power where the gods convene to make decisions that impact all the realms. The realm's splendor reflects the divine nature of its inhabitants and their role as protectors and rulers of the cosmos. The depiction of Asgard in Norse mythology emphasizes the themes of divine authority, protection, and the balance between beauty and vigilance. As the home of the gods, Asgard represents the idealized version of order and harmony, standing as a beacon of hope and strength in the mythological landscape. Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, is one of the most iconic and revered places in Norse mythology. Located in Asgard, Valhalla is a majestic hall where Odin gathers the souls of warriors who have died bravely in battle. These warriors, known as the Einherjar, are chosen by the Valkyries, Odin's warrior maidens, and brought to Valhalla to prepare for Ragnarok, the final battle. Valhalla is described as a grand hall with a roof made of shields, spears for rafters, and armor covering the walls. It is a place of eternal glory and honor, where the Einherjar train and fight during the day and feast at night. The endless feasts are supplied by the magical boar, Sarimnir, which is cooked and served every evening, only to be resurrected each morning. The mead that flows in Valhalla comes from the udder of the goat Hydrun, providing endless sustenance for the warriors. The training and feasting in Valhalla are not just for leisure, but serve a greater purpose. The Einherjar are being prepared for their role in Ragnarok, where they will fight alongside the gods in the ultimate battle against the forces of chaos and destruction. This preparation underscores the themes of readiness, valor, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. Valhalla also represents the Norse cultural ideal of a warrior's life and afterlife. It glorifies the virtues of bravery, honor, and loyalty, providing a place of reward for those who have demonstrated these qualities in their mortal lives. The promise of Valhalla serves as a powerful motivator for warriors, encouraging them to live and die with courage and honor. The significance of Valhalla in Norse mythology highlights the importance of heroism and the belief in an honorable afterlife. It embodies the values of the warrior, culture, and the eternal preparation for the battle between order and chaos, reflecting the core themes of Norse mythological narratives. Elfheim, the realm of the Light Elves, is known for its beauty and tranquility in Norse mythology. It is one of the 9 realms and is often depicted as a place of great light and natural splendor. The Light Elves who inhabit Elfheim are considered to be more ethereal and divine compared to their darker counterparts, the Dark Elves. The ruler of Elfheim is Freyr, the god of fertility, prosperity, and fair weather. Freyr's association with Elfheim underscores the realm's connection to growth, beauty, and abundance. The Light Elves are often seen as benevolent beings who assist gods and humans, contributing to the well-being of the cosmos. Elfheim's landscapes are described as lush and vibrant, filled with verdant forests, sparkling rivers, and radiant meadows. The Light Elves live in harmony with nature, and their realm is a reflection of their gentle and nurturing nature. Between order and chaos, and the constant struggle to maintain harmony in the cosmos. The final battle of Ragnarok was a cataclysmic conflict that pitted the gods against the forces of chaos and destruction. On one side stood the Aesir and their allies, including the heroic dead from Valhalla. On the other were the giants, led by Loki, and the monstrous offspring of Loki, such as Fenrir the wolf and Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. The battlefield stretched across the plains of Vigrid, where gods and giants clashed in a fierce and deadly struggle. Odin, the All-Father, faced Fenrir in a fateful duel. Despite his immense power and wisdom, Odin was devoured by the wolf. However, Odin's son, Vidar, avenged his father by slaying Fenrir with a mighty thrust of his sword. Thor, the god of thunder, engaged in a titanic battle with Jormungandr. After a fierce struggle, Thor managed to kill the Midgard serpent, but he succumbed to the serpent's venom shortly after, sealing his own fate. Heimdall and Loki confronted each other in a final showdown, resulting in mutual destruction. The fire giant Surtur unleashed his flaming sword, setting the world ablaze. The fires consumed everything in their path, bringing an end to the old world. Despite the overwhelming destruction, a few gods survived, including Vidar, Vali, and Thor's sons, Modi and Magni, who inherited their father's hammer, Mjolnir. The final battle of Ragnarok underscores the themes of sacrifice, heroism, and the inevitability of change. The gods' willingness to face their doom head-on and the emergence of new life from the ashes of the old world highlight the cyclical nature of existence and the hope for renewal even in the face of total destruction. After the devastating events of Ragnarok, the world was reborn from the chaos and destruction. The few surviving gods, along with the descendants of the fallen heroes, began to rebuild the cosmos. The surviving humans, Lif and Lifthrasir, who had hidden in the world tree Yggdrasil, emerged to repopulate the earth. The new world was a place of peace and harmony, free from the conflicts and strife that had characterized the previous age. The gods who survived, such as Vidar and Vali, along with Thor's sons, Modi and Magni, took on the responsibility of guiding and protecting this new era. Baldur, the beloved god of light who had been killed earlier, was resurrected and returned from the underworld to join the new pantheon of gods. His presence symbolized hope and renewal, bringing light and joy to the rejuvenated world. The cycle of destruction and rebirth in Norse. Beauty of Alfheim is not just physical, but also symbolic of the harmony and peace that the Light Elves embody. The Light Elves play a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the universe. Their existence and their realm represent the positive and life-affirming aspects of the world, contrasting with the darker forces that threaten to disrupt this balance. Alfheim's significance in Norse mythology highlights the importance of beauty, harmony, and the interconnectedness of all living beings. The depiction of Alfheim emphasizes themes of purity, light, and the nurturing power of nature. It stands as a testament to the positive forces in the universe and the enduring power of beauty and harmony in maintaining cosmic balance. Jotunheim, the land of the giants, is a realm of immense and untamed nature in Norse mythology. It is one of the 9 realms and is inhabited by the Jotnar, a race of giants often in opposition to the gods. Jotunheim is characterized by its rugged terrain, towering mountains, and dense forests reflecting the raw and primal power of its inhabitants. The giants of Jotunheim are formidable beings, known for their strength and size. They are often depicted as adversaries of the gods, particularly Thor, who frequently ventures into Jotunheim to confront and battle them. Despite their antagonistic role, the giants are also integral to the balance of the cosmos, representing the chaotic and destructive forces that counterbalance the order maintained by the gods. Jotunheim is a place of constant challenges and conflicts. The giants, though often seen as enemies, also possess wisdom and knowledge, particularly the ancient giant Mimir, who guards the Well of Wisdom. Odin himself seeks out Mimir's counsel, demonstrating the complex relationship between the gods and the giants. The landscape of Jotunheim is harsh and unforgiving, mirroring the nature of its inhabitants. It is a realm where survival requires strength and resilience, and the giants exemplify these qualities. Jotunheim's existence highlights the themes of conflict, balance, and the interplay between order and chaos. The depiction of Jotunheim in Norse mythology underscores the importance of opposition and the role of adversaries in maintaining the cosmic order. The giants' interactions with the gods reflect the ongoing struggle between creation and destruction, illustrating the dynamic and often contentious relationship between different forces in the universe. Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist, is one of the most foreboding and mysterious realms in Norse mythology. It is a land of perpetual cold, darkness, and desolation, located in the northern part of the cosmos. Niflheim is often associated with death and the underworld, and it plays a crucial role in the Norse understanding of the afterlife. At the center of Niflheim lies the wellspring Hvergelmir, from which all cold rivers flow. These rivers, known as the Livgar, are the source of frost and ice that spread throughout the realm. The landscape of Niflheim is characterized by its frozen rivers, ice fields, and thick mists, creating an environment that is both haunting and inhospitable. Niflheim is also the abode of Hel, the goddess of the underworld. Hel's realm, often called Helheim, is where she rules over the souls of those who did not die in battle and were not taken to Valhalla or Folkvanger. Helheim is a dark and dreary place, reflecting the cold and lifeless nature of Niflheim. The association of Niflheim with death and the afterlife highlights the themes of finality and the inevitability of death. It serves as a reminder of the transient nature of life and the ultimate fate that awaits all beings. Niflheim's cold and desolate environment symbolizes the end of life's warmth and vibrancy, emphasizing the stark contrast between life and death. The depiction of Niflheim in Norse mythology underscores the importance of acknowledging and understanding the darker aspects of existence. It reflects the belief in the cyclical nature of life and death, and the role of Niflheim as a realm that embodies the finality and stillness that come with the end of life. Midgard, the realm of humans, is one of the central realms in Norse mythology. It is situated in the middle of the cosmos, surrounded by a vast ocean and protected by the gods from the chaotic forces outside. Midgard is connected to Asgard, the realm of the gods, by the rainbow bridge Bifrost, symbolizing the close relationship between gods and humans. Midgard is described as a beautiful and fertile land, filled with diverse landscapes such as forests, mountains, rivers, and fields. It is a place where humans live, work, and build their societies under the watchful eyes of the gods. The gods often interact with humans, providing guidance, protection, and sometimes challenges, reflecting the interconnectedness of the divine and mortal realms. The creation of Midgard is closely linked to the creation of the first humans, Ask and Embla. According to the myth, Odin and his brothers Vili and Vi fashioned Midgard from the body of the primordial giant Ymir. Ymir's flesh became the earth, his blood the seas, his bones the mountains, and his skull the sky. From this act of creation, Midgard emerged as a realm where humans could thrive. Midgard's central position in the cosmos highlights its significance as the meeting point of different forces and beings. It is a place of growth, struggle, and mortality where humans live out their lives in a world shaped by the actions of the gods and the influence of other realms. The protection of Midgard by the gods underscores the importance of maintaining the balance and harmony of this vital realm. The depiction of Midgard in Norse mythology emphasizes themes of creation, protection, and the relationship between gods and humans. It serves as a reminder of the divine origins of the human world and the ongoing influence of the gods in the lives of mortals. Midgard's role as the heart of the cosmos reflects its importance in the grand tapestry of Norse mythological narratives. Sigurd, one of the greatest heroes in Norse mythology, is renowned for his quest to slay the dragon Fafnir. This epic tale is a cornerstone of the Volsung saga and highlights themes of bravery, destiny, and the pursuit of glory. Fafnir, originally a dwarf prince, was transformed into a fearsome dragon after hoarding a cursed treasure. The treasure, cursed by Andvari, brought misfortune to all who possessed it. Guided by Odin and armed with the reforged sword Gram, Sigurd set out to confront Fafnir. With the help of Regin, Fafnir's brother who sought revenge, Sigurd dug a pit in the dragon's path. As Fafnir slithered over the pit to drink from a nearby river, Sigurd plunged Gram into the dragon's heart, killing him. After slaying Fafnir, Sigurd tasted the dragon's blood, which granted him the ability to understand the language of birds. The birds warned Sigurd of Regin's treachery, as Regin planned to kill Sigurd and take the treasure for himself. Forewarned, Sigurd killed Regin and claimed the treasure, which included the powerful ring and Andvarenot. Despite the wealth and power the treasure promised, it also carried the curse of Andvari, leading to further conflict and tragedy. Sigurd's story is a classic hero's journey, filled with trials, battles, and the pursuit of honor. His bravery and resourcefulness in overcoming formidable obstacles exemplify the qualities of a true hero in Norse mythology. The tale of Sigurd and Fafnir underscores the complexities of heroism and the intertwining of fate and free will, highlighting the enduring impact of one's actions and choices. The love story of Brynhild and Sigurd is one of the most tragic and compelling narratives in Norse mythology. Brynhild, a Valkyrie and shield maiden, was favored by Odin, but faced punishment for disobeying his command. She was placed in a deep sleep, surrounded by a ring of fire, until a hero would awaken her. Sigurd, after slaying Fafnir and acquiring the dragon's treasure, came upon Brynhild's resting place. Bravely crossing the ring of fire, Sigurd awakened Brynhild with a kiss, and they fell deeply in love. Sigurd promised to marry her, but fate and deceit conspired against them. Sigurd was later given a potion that made him forget Brynhild and fall in love with Gudrun. Under the influence of this potion, Sigurd played a part in tricking Brynhild into marrying Gudrun's brother, Gunnar, by disguising himself as Gunnar to cross the flames once again. When Brynhild discovered the betrayal, her sorrow and rage led to tragic consequences. Feeling deeply wronged, she orchestrated Sigurd's murder. Overwhelmed by grief and regret after Sigurd's death, Brynhild took her own life, requesting to be burned on the same pyre as Sigurd. The story of Brynhild and Sigurd highlights themes of love, betrayal, and the inexorable nature of fate. Their tale underscores the powerful emotions and complex relationships that drive the narratives in Norse mythology, illustrating the inevitable interplay of destiny and human actions. The tragic end of their love story serves as a poignant reminder of the potential for both great joy and deep sorrow in the pursuit of one's desires. The adventures of Harbard, also known as the Ferryman, are filled with wit, deception, and cleverness. Harbard is believed to be an alias used by Odin, the All-Father, during his travels among mortals. His encounters often involve testing the wit and wisdom of those he meets. One notable adventure involves Harbard tricking Thor as he tries to cross a river. Disguised as a ferryman, Harbard refuses to ferry Thor across, engaging him in a battle of wits and insults instead. Thor, frustrated by Harbard's taunts and clever wordplay, is unable to cross and is left to find another way around. This encounter showcases Odin's love for testing and challenging others, even his own son, Thor. Harbard's tales often involve him outsmarting those he encounters, using his intelligence and cunning to achieve his goals. These stories highlight the value of wisdom and wit in Norse mythology, emphasizing that strength alone is not enough to overcome challenges. The adventures of Harbard reflect Odin's multifaceted nature, showcasing his roles as a wanderer, a seeker of knowledge, and a trickster. Harbard's interactions with mortals and gods alike reveal the importance of wit, wisdom, and cleverness in navigating the complexities of life. Harbard's tales serve as a reminder of the power of intelligence and the importance of thinking critically and creatively. His adventures emphasize that wit and wisdom are just as valuable as physical strength, and that cleverness can often achieve what brute force cannot. Sigurd's treasure, obtained after slaying the dragon Fafnir, is a central element in many Norse myths. The treasure, cursed by the dwarf Andvari, included gold, jewels, and the powerful ring Andvarenot. While the treasure promised immense wealth and power, it also brought misfortune and tragedy to all who possessed it. After killing Fafnir, Sigurd claimed the treasure and the cursed ring. Despite the warnings from the birds, he kept the treasure, which led to a series of conflicts and betrayals. The curse of Enveri's ring brought strife and sorrow, affecting not only Sigurd, but also those close to him. The treasure's curse extended beyond Sigurd's life, impacting future generations. It played a role in the tragic events involving Brynhild, Gudrun, and the Nibelungs. The relentless pursuit of the treasure and its power led to betrayal, murder, and the downfall of great heroes and noble families. The story of Sigurd's treasure underscores the themes of greed, power, and the destructive nature of cursed wealth. It highlights the consequences of desire and the often overlooked costs of pursuing material riches. The curse of the treasure serves as a cautionary tale about the perils of unchecked ambition and the importance of understanding the true value of wealth. Sigurd's tale and the cursed treasure illustrate the complex interplay between fate and free will in Norse mythology. The treasure's legacy of misfortune and tragedy emphasizes the importance of wisdom and the potential dangers of coveting power and riches. It serves as a reminder that true wealth lies not in material possessions, but in the values and relationships that enrich one's life. Vidar, one of Odin's sons, is known for his role in avenging his father's death during Ragnarok. Vidar, often called the Silent God, is a figure of immense strength and resilience. His primary attribute is his unwavering determination to seek vengeance for the wrongs done to his family and realm. Vidar's defining moment comes during the final battle of Ragnarok. After Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, kills Odin, Vidar confronts the beast. Equipped with a special shoe made from all the scraps of leather donated by shoemakers, Vidar steps into the wolf's mouth and, with immense strength, tears its jaws apart, killing Fenrir. This act of vengeance fulfills his role as the avenger and protector of the Aesir. Vidar's actions during Ragnarok underscore themes of loyalty, justice, and the enduring power of resolve. His quiet but determined nature highlights the importance of inner strength and the capacity to act decisively when the time comes. Vidar's role in avenging Odin's death ensures that the legacy of the gods is honored and justice is served. Vidar's story serves as an inspiration for the virtues of patience, strength, and the importance of fulfilling one's duty. His actions reflect the Norse belief in the inevitability of fate and the necessity of facing one's destiny with courage and determination. Vidar's role in Norse mythology emphasizes the enduring values of loyalty and the pursuit of justice, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The Norns, powerful and mysterious beings in Norse mythology, are responsible for weaving the fates of gods and humans alike. They reside by the Well of Urd, beneath the world tree Yggdrasil, and are often depicted as three sisters, Urd past, Verdandi present, and Skuld future. The Norns' role is crucial in determining the destiny of all beings. They weave the threads of fate, shaping the lives and destinies of everyone in the cosmos. Their work is meticulous and unavoidable, reflecting the Norse belief in the inevitability of fate and the limited control individuals have over their own destinies. The Norns also tend to Yggdrasil, ensuring the health and stability of the world tree, which connects all realms. They draw water from the Well of Urd and pour it over the roots of Yggdrasil, preventing decay and maintaining the balance of the cosmos. This act symbolizes their role in sustaining the natural order and the interconnectedness of all life. The Norns' presence in Norse mythology emphasizes the themes of fate, destiny, and the cyclical nature of time. Their influence is omnipresent, and their decisions are binding, underscoring the Norse belief in the power of fate and the limitations of free will. The Norns' actions and their care for Yggdrasil highlight the delicate balance required to maintain the universe and the importance of respecting the natural order. The story of the Norns serves as a reminder of the inescapable nature of fate and the interconnectedness of all things. Their role in weaving destiny and tending to the world tree reflects the profound and enduring belief in the power of fate and the need to live in harmony with the natural world. Odin's trials and tribulations are central to his character and his pursuit of wisdom and understanding. Throughout Norse mythology, Odin undertakes various quests and makes significant sacrifices to gain knowledge and insight into the workings of the cosmos. One of the most well-known trials is Odin's self-sacrifice on Yggdrasil. To uncover the secrets of the runes, Odin hung himself from a branch of the world tree for 9 days and nights. Pierced by his own spear, Gungnir, denied food and drink, he endured immense pain and suffering. On the 9th night, the runes revealed themselves to him, granting him profound magical knowledge and power. This trial underscores the themes of sacrifice and the relentless pursuit of wisdom. Another significant trial is Odin's quest to drink from Mimir's well, which is the source of immense wisdom. To gain this knowledge, Odin had to sacrifice one of his eyes, placing it in the well. This act of self-sacrifice demonstrated Odin's commitment to gaining the wisdom needed to lead the gods and prepare for the challenges of the future. Odin's trials highlight the importance of sacrifice, perseverance, and the pursuit of knowledge. His willingness to endure great pain and hardship for the sake of wisdom underscores the belief that true understanding comes at a great cost. Odin's actions serve as a reminder of the value of knowledge and the lengths one must go to attain it. The trials of Odin emphasize the themes of sacrifice, wisdom, and the pursuit of understanding. His relentless quest for knowledge and his willingness to endure suffering for the greater good reflect the deep and enduring values of Norse mythology. Odin's story serves as an inspiration for those who seek wisdom and understanding, highlighting the transformative power of knowledge and the sacrifices required to attain it. Thor's loyalty and dedication to protecting Asgard and Midgard are defining aspects of his character in Norse mythology. As the god of thunder, Thor is known for his immense strength, courage, and unwavering commitment to defending the realms from various threats, particularly the giants. Thor's loyalty is evident in his numerous battles against the giants, who constantly threaten the peace and stability of the cosmos. Armed with his powerful hammer, Mjolnir, Thor embarks on countless adventures to confront and defeat these formidable foes. His relentless pursuit of justice and protection showcases his dedication to his duty as a guardian of the gods and humans. One notable example of Thor's loyalty is his journey to retrieve his stolen hammer from the giant Thrym. Disguised as Freyja, Thor attended Thrym's wedding feast, and upon reclaiming Mjolnir, revealed his true identity and defeated the giants. This act of bravery and cunning highlights Thor's determination to protect Asgard and restore balance. Thor's loyalty extends beyond his role as a warrior. He is also a protector of the common people, ensuring their safety and well-being. His strength and courage inspire those who look to him for protection and guidance, reinforcing the importance of loyalty and dedication in fulfilling one's responsibilities. The stories of Thor's loyalty emphasize the themes of duty, protection, and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. His unwavering commitment to defending the realms and his willingness to confront danger head-on make him a symbol of strength and courage in Norse mythology. Thor's actions serve as a reminder of the value of loyalty and the importance of fulfilling one's duty to protect and support those who depend on you. Loki's actions often have far-reaching consequences, highlighting the theme of accountability and the impact of one's deeds. Known for his cunning and mischief, Loki frequently engages in schemes that bring both trouble and resolution to the gods. His stories serve as cautionary tales about the consequences of deceit and trickery. One of the most significant consequences of Loki's actions is the death of Balder. Driven by jealousy, Loki discovered that the mistletoe was the only thing that could harm Balder. He crafted a dart from mistletoe and tricked Balder's blind brother, Hoder, into throwing it at Balder, resulting in his death. This act plunged Asgard into mourning and set off a chain of events leading to Ragnarok. The gods' sorrow and the subsequent events underscore the profound impact of Loki's deceit. Another example is Loki's role in the theft of Idun and her golden apples. Coerced by the giant Thasi, Loki lured Idun out of Asgard, leading to her abduction. Without Idun and her apples, the gods began to age and weaken. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Loki was forced to rescue Idun, restoring the gods' youth and vitality. This story highlights the dual nature of Loki's actions, bringing both harm and resolution. The consequences of Loki's actions are often severe, resulting in betrayal, conflict, and even death. His cunning and resourcefulness, while sometimes beneficial, frequently lead to unintended and disastrous outcomes. Loki's tales emphasize the importance of considering the broader impact of one's actions and the potential dangers of deceit and manipulation. Loki's stories serve as reminders of the complexity of human behavior and the fine line between mischief and malice. They highlight the themes of accountability, the ripple effects of one's actions, and the importance of foresight and integrity in navigating the complexities of life. Loki's character embodies the tension between cleverness and recklessness, illustrating the consequences of living on the edge of both. Freyja, the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility, is also celebrated for her devotion and the profound impact of her love. Her stories often highlight the transformative power of love and the lengths to which one will go for those they cherish. One of the most touching tales involving Freyja is her search for her husband, Oder, who had mysteriously disappeared. Consumed by grief and longing, Freyja traveled across the world, weeping tears of gold as she searched for him. Her devotion and love for Oder were so profound that her tears turned into precious metal, symbolizing the invaluable nature of true love. Despite the many challenges and dangers she faced, Freyja's unwavering determination to find her beloved showcases the strength and resilience that love can inspire. Freyja's devotion is also evident in her protection of her followers. She often intervenes in the lives of mortals, providing guidance, blessings, and sometimes even fighting on their behalf. Her dual nature as both a lover and a warrior highlights the multifaceted power of love and devotion, capable of nurturing and protecting with equal intensity. Another significant aspect of Freyja's devotion is her role in leading the Valkyries, warrior maidens who choose slain warriors to join the ranks of the Einherjar in Valhalla. Freyja's connection to the Valkyries and her own hall, Folkvanger, where she receives half of the warriors slain in battle, underscores her commitment to honoring bravery and sacrifice. Her role in the afterlife reflects the enduring bond between love, loyalty, and valor. Freyja's stories emphasize the themes of love, devotion, and the transformative power of these emotions. Her actions and sacrifices highlight the importance of loyalty and the profound impact that love can have on both individuals and the broader world. Freyja's devotion serves as an inspiration, illustrating the enduring power of love and the strength it provides in the face of adversity. Heimdall, the vigilant guardian of Bifrost, embodies the virtues of duty and vigilance in Norse mythology. His role as the watchman of the gods highlights the importance of constant vigilance and the unwavering commitment to protecting one's realm from external threats. Heimdall's exceptional senses allowed him to see for hundreds of miles and hear the faintest sounds, such as the grass growing or the wool growing on sheep. These abilities made him the perfect guardian, always alert and ready to defend Asgard. Heimdall's primary duty was to watch for the approach of enemies, particularly the giants, and to blow his horn, Gjallarhorn, to alert the gods of impending danger. Heimdall's vigilance was crucial in maintaining the security of Asgard. His unwavering dedication to his duty ensured that no threat went unnoticed. Heimdall's readiness to face danger was most evident during Ragnarok, where he was foretold to confront Loki in a final battle. This confrontation symbolized the ultimate struggle between order and chaos, with Heimdall's steadfast vigilance representing the forces of order. Heimdall's loyalty extended beyond his role as a guardian. He also played a significant role in the creation of human social classes, visiting households and bestowing gifts that shaped the social hierarchy. His actions reflected his commitment to maintaining balance and order in both the divine and mortal realms. The story of Heimdall emphasizes the importance of vigilance, loyalty, and the constant effort required to safeguard peace and security. His dedication to his duty serves as an inspiration, highlighting the virtues of alertness and the readiness to confront inevitable challenges. Heimdall's role in Norse mythology underscores the significance of guardianship and the perpetual watch needed to protect what is valuable. Baldur, the god of light and purity, embodies the virtues of goodness and innocence in Norse mythology. His life and tragic death underscore the themes of purity, sacrifice, and the impact of goodness in a world often filled with conflict and strife. Baldur was beloved by all the gods for his fairness, wisdom, and beauty. His presence brought joy and light to Asgard, and he was often associated with peace and reconciliation. Baldur's purity and goodness made him a central figure in many myths, symbolizing the ideal qualities that the gods and humans aspired to. The most notable story of Baldur is his death, orchestrated by the deceitful Loki. Despite being invulnerable to all threats except mistletoe, Baldur was killed by his blind brother, Hoder, who was tricked by Loki into throwing a dart made of mistletoe. This act of betrayal plunged Asgard into mourning and set off a chain of events leading to Ragnarok. The gods' efforts to resurrect Baldur highlight their deep sorrow and the significant impact of his loss. His death is seen as a tragic reminder of the vulnerability of even the purest beings and the destructive power of deceit. The promise of Baldur's return after Ragnarok symbolizes hope and renewal, bringing light and joy to the rejuvenated world. Baldur's story serves as a poignant reminder of the value of innocence and the profound loss felt when such purity is extinguished. His life and death highlight the importance of goodness and the impact it can have on those around him. Baldur's legacy continues to inspire, emphasizing the enduring power of light and goodness, even in the face of inevitable darkness.